with the same Zoom link. The session will start at 10 a.m.
Okay. जा रहा है YouTube लाइव. चलो लाइव है.
Yes, sir, you are on mute. You are on unmute.
Yeah.
A very good morning to one and all. On behalf of Episha Institute of Technology, Thane, Maharashtra, I, Tejasri Kolle, Assistant Professor in Electronics and Telecommunication Department, would like to extend a warm welcome to the third day of our FDP on IoT, a journey from sensor to server. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our speaker, Dr. Anjali Yovle from Vivekanand Education Society's Institute of Technology. Dr. Anjali Yovle is currently serving as an assistant professor in Artificial Intelligence and Data Science Department in Vivekanand Education Society's Institute of Technology, Mumbai. She has obtained a PhD in technology from University of Mumbai in 2019. She has published various research papers in international journals and international conferences like IEEE, ACM, Springer, and peer-reviewed journals. She has reviewed many papers for conferences and journals. She co-authored books like Information Management and Internet of Everything. She has reviewed books like Computer Organization and Architecture and Internet of Things by Sriram K. Vasudevan, Abhishek S. Nagarajan, and RMD Sundaram. She is a Star Edu certified IoT trainer. She has completed the prestigious Microsoft certification for cryptography and system security. Her areas of interest are IoT, distributed computing, cloud computing, system security, and web technology. She has also delivered and conducted workshops, seminars, and expert talks. She has patented innovative ideas for her research work. Ma'am, it's a privilege to have you as an expert for today's session. I would now request Anjali ma'am to enlighten us on the topic of IoT communication interface. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for such a wonderful introduction. Before I start, let me know my voice is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
And just check whether my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'll stop my video because there may be some network or delay or something which will get caused because of video. Again, towards end for question answers, I'll start my video.
Okay, ma'am. No issues.
Okay. Chal. Is there anything coming in between for the screen, like black spot somewhere?
No, ma'am.
It's clear, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's clear.
So let us start. Good morning, one and all. And first of all, I would like to thank AP Shah College for giving me opportunity to conduct session on IoT communication. This IoT is a topic, something which is very close to my heart. I like this subject very much. My research was also involved in the area of IoT, that too with the domain of different protocols, security aspect of protocols, etc. So today's talk is on IoT communication. So what we'll do is, first of all, I'll start with what all are different IoT applications in which how communication takes place. Then once we understand the requirement of a communication in IoT networks, we will proceed to the integration of IoT sensors with different boards. And then we'll go to our main topic, which is IoT communication, in which I'll discuss about IoT communication models. Then I'll discuss about IoT communication APIs. Then I'll discuss about IoT protocols. And the today's generation, when we are generating such a huge amount of data, that data cannot be stored on one machine or two machines, or we cannot have only the server bank located at one place. Definitely we need a help of IoT cloud. So communication, how communication takes place with the IoT cloud, that is what we are going to cover. So these are the topics which will be discussed in next 1.5 hours, and then we will have question answer. In between, if you have any doubt, you can raise those doubts, you can put it there in the chat box. So let us start. IoT applications, as this is the the third day of your FDP, you might have came across different applications in depth that were might be discussed by different speakers of this FDP. But what I will do is I'll touch upon all the aspects how IoT is involved in our day-to-day life. So basically, I quote one statement that this IoT ecosystem is used in order to improve our lifestyle. I have purposefully given a stress on one word, that is IoT ecosystem. IoT based project or anything we can do with IoT, we can't simply call it as IoT application or a IoT project. No, it's a complete ecosystem, because if you observe, you require sensors to collect data, you require actuators in order to act according to whatever decision is taken, you require communication media, you require communication channel. Sensors, they don't have any intelligence, right? They don't know anything. They just know if there is a change in their environment. So if it is a temperature change sensor, will just note about the temperature changes. Humidity sensor will just note about the humidity changes. So as they don't have any intelligence, we require something so that the sensor devices can be brought up together in order to make some sense from that data. Again, each and every sensor is going to throw data after every few seconds. That data needs to be collected. That data needs to be stored somewhere. Storing data is not enough. That data needs to be analyzed. After analysis of data, some corrective action has to be taken. And once the corrective action has been taken, or once some prediction has been done, it has to inform to a user of that system. So see the complete journey. It is starting from just a small sensor having no intelligence, and it ends at the location where it is going to predict something, where it is going to give some information to a user. So that complete cycle, and that is why so many things are involved into it, where the main backbone of this system is the communication protocols, those they are used in this complete system. And as so many things are involved into it, and that is why I call it as an ecosystem. We can't say only it's an IoT application or it's IoT project or IoT system. No, it's a complete IoT ecosystem. When you integrate many things together, then it forms your one application which works as IoT application. So if you could see my screen, there is one smart home which is shown, and one smart IoT building is shown. So definitely this is something I would like to talk on about, is if IoT you bring into your house and you make your home smart home. So think about the lights, AC, those they are connected to IoT, and on your mobile you are just saying that, or to your Alexa, you are just giving instruction, switch on bedroom light 1, switch off hall light 2, and your Alexa is acting on it. Sensors are involved everywhere, actuators are involved everywhere. Those they are going to put your buttons on and off. Think about your fridge is getting connected to IoT. And if there is, if you have set that threshold value for my milk, minimum 1 liter milk should be there in my fridge. If milk is getting over, your fridge is going to send you a message on your mobile that the milk which you have, it is insufficient because you had set a value that is 1 liter. And one step ahead, your fridge is only going to give an order to your Zepto or a Swiggy, get 1 liter doodh. And that fridge itself will put like will give a money, because already we are using so many online transactions. So your fridge itself is going to pay for the required thing. So think about if all these things are brought up. See, India, we find very less homes, those they are having this kind of a facility. But if we go abroad, these are the commonly used features. But here one thing is, if your fridge is placing order for a 1 liter doodh, it should go from some wallet in which you have less money. But for this transaction, if your fridge is going to ask you to provide you credit card information, then it is a high alert for you, because it is something which is threat to your security. Why would fridge require details of your credit cards? Because of IoT, communication is taking place from one part of the location of a city to other location of a city, where majority of your private information gets stored. So the problem related to security, privacy, they will come up more. So blindly using IoT devices is never suggested. When you use any IoT device, you should be taking care of to preserve your security as well as to preserve your privacy. Similarly, in the smart home, web security cameras are installed. So you can watch anytime what is happening there in your house. So this is about all the smart homes. So see, the sensors, those they are involved, the actuators, those they are involved, in order to make your one house to be a IoT based house. And if you see in this diagram, the maximum places you see the Wi-Fi symbol. So it says that the communication which is used here, that is a Wi-Fi which will be used. So definitely Wi-Fi is again your protocol. Now, when you talk about IoT devices, there comes two different aspects. One aspect is when your sensor is getting connected, when the sensors, those they are deployed in that particular environment, how they communicate with each other, how they communicate with the border router which is placed in that particular network. And second picture comes is the web part of it, because whatever data is getting collected, it's get deposited somewhere, we need to access that data. So the web part comes into a picture. So you require some set of protocols in order to handle a web part of it. You require some protocols in order to handle the hardware part, sensor communication part of it. So these are the two different set of protocols, those they are required in order to complete this particular application. Say I'll be taking few more examples and I'll take you through this to understand the IoT communication basics, and then we will see actual technologies, those they are used for IoT communication. Hope my voice is clear.
Yes, ma'am, your voice is clear.
Yes,
So
yes.
next is the IoT smart buildings, those they are shown over here. So when I talk about your complete building, this was just an example of a small home, but you can think about your complete building which is IoT enabled. But when I say your complete building is IoT enabled, just think about the network which will come into a picture. Number of sensors, those they will become, that will come into a picture. The number of people, those they will access that particular system, that is going to increase drastically. Again,
16%, sir.
For each and every person, the authorized person should only be able to get access to this complete IoT system,
16.
isn't it? So we will require some security protocol kind of a things. If you remember, with our HTTP, which is our web-based
16%,
application,
sir.
we'll make use of
16%,
HTTPS in order to see that we are doing a secure transactions on web. Whenever we do any online transaction, we must first check whether there is HTTPS, whether there is a lock put up. So when I say this smart building or the smart home, the access should be secure, isn't it? So the second question comes there in the picture, like if your sensors, they don't have a processing power, your sensors, they don't have an intelligence, how you are going to control that authentication, authorization, how you are going to restrict? So again, answer is, it is a part of your IoT communication.
Carelessness.
Your protocol part should take care of all these things and should give you secure data transmission, whatever has been done with the IoT devices. In this diagram, if you see for the smart building portion, this smart building portion, there is one thing which has been mentioned is HVAC, that is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. That is also which you want it to be IoT enabled. Then another important thing is that your entire campus is so safety, that security is provided with the help of web camera. If any unknown face is coming without any permission, can be detected very easily, which comes here in 24/7. So again, this camera is having IP address. Whatever thing, those has IP address, and you can track them with the help of any protocol on internet. Definitely it's going to be an IoT device. So here this web camera also becomes an IoT device because it has an IP address, and that web camera you can track it from anywhere. So these are the examples, those they are nearby us, that is related to our house. Second example I like to take is a highways. So if you see picture, this is what the highways those we have commonly, in which we have signage board. Second thing is speedometers are installed every now and then. If your speed is increased, it's get captured, and on your web application with your car number or with your vehicle number, it's get updated and you get a fine over there. One more sensor which gets used there, sometimes it's an alcohol sensor to detect whether the driver has drunk and driving the car. That is what the concept which we are using presently. But think about the smart highways. So first of all, there will not be lights installed because we want to store the energies, we want to reduce the consumption of energy. So your highway will have border side, it will have some radiation kind of a strips. Those they are working with the solar energy. During daytime they will charge up, at night time they will emit the energy, they will emit the light, so that it will guide a driver how to proceed. Second thing is for traffic information. Now we make use of GPS, and the images getting captured, and that gives us information about someone's mic is on. Can you please switch it off? I request host to check out and mute that person. So this is what is happening nowadays. But think about the cars, those they are passing. So these cars, those they have already come across this way, they will give information to the car, those they are coming this side. So car on its own will be able to contribute in order to improve the accuracy of what traffic is there. Now it's a research which is going on, whether, because this will be the electrical cars, whether they will be able to transmit each other's energy to each other. Then one more thing comes under smart highways is the area where the snowfall takes place. Generally, that snow, after snowfall, to regulate the traffic, there is a heavy exercise needs to be done. That ice has to be removed from the highway, and then only the traffic will go on. But think about some IoT mechanism placed over there. Something kind of plates, those they can heat up and they can melt that ice, and then can be taken back to a normal temperature or anything. But let me highlight one point over here. This smart highway system is already implemented very well in Netherlands. Netherlands is having their few highways, those they have been converted as a smart highway, where they make use of this LED strips instead of street light. They have ice melting mechanism, so that even though there is a snow, it will not stop the traffic, moving traffic. Immediately corrective action can be taken. The wireless vehicle charging, that is battery operated cars can give each other charging. That point is under research, which has not been implemented yet. So this is all about the smart highways, which will be implemented in future with the help of IoT. But again, here I would like you all to give a thought about the communication protocols, those they will be required if the passing cars, they want to communicate with each other. How they will communicate with each other, what all kinds of protocols they will require in order to communicate with each other. Next one is the smart parking. Smart parking is at present, we don't have that much accurate parking system. We simply go to a particular location, we search for a parking, and we park our car over there, and we pay based on the hourly basis. At the max, our entry time and exit time get registered, and they will charge us accordingly. That is what the thing we have. But think about the smart parking, that is no manpower involved. Automatically, it is going to detect which parking slot is available. Whenever car is coming in, that car itself will get a notification on the dashboard of a car, so and so parking slot is available. So if you see the diagram, again here, I want you not to focus on the application part. I want you to focus on the communication part, which will take place. So let me just take you slowly. See here, there is a geomagnetism detection. So that will check the location, which location exactly it is. Then there is an electric tag which has been installed on a car. So if car is placed at that particular location, so it will mark that particular location is full, that is not available for parking. Then the car, how to identify a unique car, that comes again a second question. So RFID tags can be definitely used in order to identify. Again, what this RFID is, it is some kind of identification technique which is required. So in IoT communication, identification of an element, that also matters a lot, because you are talking about which car, you are talking about which parking slot. If in case, I'll just take one more example. In case if you are using a patient is having all IoT sensors installed on a body, which patient's body parameters are transferred using this particular sensor, it has to be known, it has to be given, it should give a proper information. This should not happen that that network should not overlap. Here I would like to highlight one point, one problem which generally takes place. See, these are the set of sensors, those they are communicating. They have some deployment board on which they send the information, and this deployment board will send the information outside. Immediately next to it, there is another network, and the probability is that the signals, those they are generated by this sensor, they may overlap with each other. If they are using some communication mechanism, in that communication mechanism also there is a probability that there may be a that collusion. Basically, it's a kind of a collusion which has taken place, but that collusion also needs to be handled carefully. If this is my patient 1 and 5 body parameter sensors on patient 1, this is my patient 2 and 5 body parameter sensors of patient 2. So whatever this sensor is generating information, it should take a unique identification number of this patient and then send that information. So I'll come to know that this temperature is for patient 1. If this temperature sensor is sending information, this should take a unique identification number for patient 2 and then send it to cloud, so that the who is going to do analysis will come to know that this particular temperature belongs to patient 2. So not only the communication, not only the protocol which you are going to use for that particular application, that will not matter. What matters, again, one more thing, is unique identification of each and every entity. We will see later what all techniques are used for unique identification, but RFID is one of them. And RFID is, we can say that less in cost, and the technology is developed much like at a good level, so that the RFID is used commonly, because the collision problems and all, they have worked on it, use of RFID along with Wi-Fi, and how that communication can take place. Maximum applications they have used, so this combination can be used very well. So now again, see here in this particular application for communication, this car unique identification is done by RFID, but whatever information this car is sending, that information is get transferred to a base communication station, and the protocol used here is Wi-Fi. With the help of Wi-Fi, the entire information about this particular car, entire information about this particular parking lot, that get transferred to a communication base station. Now, it is not only going to consider the information which has been generated with the help of the car or this geomagnetism sensor or this electronic tag, but it has a second backup that CCTV is also there. So some kind of image processing also can be done. Along with that, it has parking sensor also installed over there. So it is not only like working with one layer of sensors in order to find whether that parking is available or not. Plus, it is going to make use of CCTV images in order to exactly plot, yes, whatever is information generated, that slot is available, and that can be updated to a management system. So definitely, again, it may require to make use of GPS system in order to plot exact locations. Plus, once the information go to a management system, the driver of a car is going to get a information on the mobile. There, the SMS kind of a communication can take place. So see, again, I repeat, the word which I have used for IoT applications is IoT ecosystem. When you see this complete smart parking applications, I think you will believe that IoT application or IoT project is not a single term which we could use. We can make it complete ecosystem because multiple factors, those they are involved. For the smart parking example itself, it has involved different sensors. It had involved RFID for unique identification, Wi-Fi for communication, GPS is involved, mobile communication is involved, processing of this data on the management system is involved. So many parameters are involved. If you want to have a foolproof parking system, definitely you need all these sensors to be communicating properly with each other. Now, whether to use RFID, whether to use Wi-Fi, whether to use Bluetooth or any other kind of a communication media, because COAP, then MQTT, AMQTT, these are few advanced protocols, those they have been developed for IoT, because with the help of IoT, what we need to cater, main service we need to cater for IoT is they don't have much processing power and they don't have a large amount of memory. See, I might think like you have done a practical session where you have seen how you integrate the sensor along with the Arduino or a sensor along with the Raspberry Pi. So think about a sensor, how much memory capacity it has, how much processing power it has. It is very less for Arduino, right? Yeah, if you talk about Raspberry Pi, then yeah, Raspberry Pi has a good, like we can say Raspberry Pi has a on its own capacity to work like a standalone
Excuse me, ma'am.
computers. But again,
Sorry.
the cost part increases. Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt. Ma'am, actually, I think there is a little bit of network issue at your end. Some of the words are missing out.
Just a second. Let me check my Wi-Fi. It's since the beginning or now it started like 5 minutes back or something?
Ma'am, from 10 minutes it started, ma'am.
Just a second.
Voice is clear, but in between some of the words are missing out.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I have switched my Wi-Fi. Let us
Okay,
see.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
I'll continue.
Yes, ma'am.
After
Yes,
4 to 5 minutes, if still the problem persists, you let me know.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
So this is what the complete smart parking system is, which we can call it as ecosystem. Then one more application or one more area where IoT is used at its maximum level, that is a industry area. And as you all know, we call it as like industry 4.0 revolution is there, where we are going to have smart industries. So again, the question comes, the sensors, those they will be involved, the protocols or the communication, how that communication will take place. So one thing is, at present, our workers, those they go on a floor shop and they work with the huge machineries, those they are there in that particular workshop. But think about, accessing all these machineries remotely from your laptop. On a screen, you will get, like, let us say it's an industry where boiler is installed. So that boiler needs to be switched off. One particular threshold temperature is crossed. So think about, on your web page, on your website, on your mobile application, you are continuously getting information about that particular boiler. Once it reaches to a particular temperature, like about to reach to that particular temperature, alarm will be set. So alarm will come and you can immediately just press one button. The way it is shown here, you can simply just press one button, and with that one button, it will stop that boiler. So you can imagine, first of all, few machineries, they are very hazardous for human being. People, they work around those machineries. But if such a kind of remote control has come into a picture, it will avoid so many accidents. So not only like accessing that boiler, checking out temperature of that boiler with some sensor and using actuator to switch that boiler off, this is not only the thing which will be achieved, but we can think about like that boiler is going to generate, that sensor which is installed around it is going to generate data continuously every after few seconds, and the data which will be collected at one end can be analyzed for further processing, like if that hits at the particular temperature, what result comes. Like if probably there may be some accident or something that was caused that time, what was the temperature. So in future those kind of errors can be avoided. And that is why in this diagram of Industry 4.0, you can see not only the remote control portion of that industry is shown, but I have another portion added here, that is a big data and processing on that big data and generating certain results from that big data, doing some kind of automation so that you can see the things how they will really work. Now here for Industry 4.0, this is IIoT is the concept which is used, that is industrial IoT. And what makes your industrial IoT? See, IoT is again your sensors, actuators, protocols, different mechanism to identify a device. But few things, those they are getting added on it, like fog computing, edge computing, augmented reality, digital twinning, those they are going to add on the stuff and make your IoT to be an industrial IoT. Now again, I would highlight here, see, generally capturing data from the sensor. As sensors don't have anything, any processing power, no storage, nothing, they will be connected with some kind of a board. Then this board will communicate with some kind of a protocol to a border router. One border router will get connected to another border router, and then it will go on actual cloud, actual network. But few applications where data getting transferred on such a long distance, getting processed here and giving result back is not affordable. So let us take an example of this boiler only. If that boiler reaches to that particular threshold value, it has to be switched off immediately. So what if the packet which is getting this data and that packet lost somewhere, that information lost somewhere because of some internet issue, and that information has never reached to a cloud on which the analysis part is taking place, which will not give an instruction for the boiler to shut down. It may lead to any kind of accident. So what we think is, or what we need is, whatever data has been collected, something has to be there immediately near to that wireless sensor network, and that should take a charge, that should process that data, and that should give a result immediately back to a wireless sensor network. So it will save a time that data will take in to travel such a long distance and to process there and to get data back. So that is what the concept of your edge computing came into a picture. Cloud computing is everything is a centralized, everything comes to one place, everything get processed over there. But in case of IoT, where the decisions were required to be taken very quickly and has to be given back to the system so that the actuators can be operated easily, we require something immediately to process. So there comes into a picture the concept of edge computing. Augmented reality, you can see the things happening around you. You can wear those goggles and you can see the 3D view. Then you can feel that you are there in that particular place. So basically, this is a kind of a simulation which is used for training pilot before riding actual aeroplane. So that kind of a thing can be easily implemented with the augmented reality. One more new term is here, that is a digital twinning. I'll not talk about digital twinning much, but I would like you all to see one video. Just let me know whether my screen is visible. Is my voice is coming from this YouTube video?
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's clear. Ma'am, your voice is clear and the screen is also visible, ma'am.
No, YouTube video is not audible, ma'am. Your voice is clear.
So see, this is a 3D view created for that particular machine and it is checking the rotation of shaft. And the graph is generated continuously.
It is not visible.
And that you are going to check it on your program. And then you will work with your machine. If the tires of an aeroplane, when they will be wearing out, when to change them, what they did each and every day, tire is going to generate a data, analyze that data, check it in prior on your application.
Video is not visible. YouTube
Video is not visible.
Yes, and not audible also.
Just a second. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, yes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, this video contains audio also because we are not able to hear the audio.
You're not able to audio.
Hear the audio. Yes.
Okay,
ma'am.
it's okay. But
You
I
need
think
to-
the message what I wanted to convey, that is like whatever the captions are there, that is giving you a message. But see
Yes,
here, one thing is I wanted to highlight. The digital twinning, what that concept says is you can have a program ready. So if you talk about a particular, this is a simulation part which is running there, which is a train track, and that you can handle. So you can give an instruction here and that will get conveyed to an actual train which is running on the track. Similarly, you can have a digital twin where a human being and the body parameters of that human being getting monitored, and it is going to transfer information. So digital twin. So the thing is, digitally you represent that particular machinery, digitally you represent that particular aeroplane, and you see it on your computer, you see it on your machine, and you provide different parameters as an input to it, and that information is getting transferred to actual device. So generally the big machineries, those they are there, we can't literally buy them and we can't go and check them whether they are going to work properly or not. So in that case, this particular technology, which is a digital twin, is going to have a great advantage. But again, here the thing is, just a second, let me share my screen again. But here the thing is, which I wanted to highlight is, now here communication is taking place, and that communication is taking place with what? So digital twin, that is your computer on which you are accessing that machinery, and then that information is getting transferred to a actual machine, to a actual device, to actual aeroplane. So operating that actual device with the help of a complete image which is available there, and that device, when that device or when that aeroplane is running, it will give you the actual parameters, each and every, that engine, the tires, and each and every part of your aeroplane is going to generate a information that will get transferred, and you will be able to see it on digital twin. Like if these things exceeded beyond a particular limit, what can be the side effect of it? So digital twinning is one kind of a research area which is available nowadays. Like most of the research, it is taking place. Siemens is working on it, as you have seen it in the video. Then IBM Watson is working on it. Microsoft is working on it. If you are interested into it, then you can go and check this one particular website. This I'll share later. But here you can see the like actual 20 digital twin service companies, those they are working on it. As I said, one more, to give you one more information regarding this. Just a second. Give me a minute. I'll share one more video so that this concept will be more clear. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Now just reply me
And
for
as a
audio.
digital personalized healthcare will provide
Yes, ma'am,
every
the audio is
individual
also
the
audible.
right type of care in the right way and at the right time. Imagine that every patient has a digital twin, a virtual representation of his health status. Let's explore how this could play a significant role when Mr. Clark, who has been diagnosed with atrial fibrillation, is seeing Dr. Sullivan, his cardiologist. Although AF is a highly prevalent disease, it can be complicated to decide on the individual treatment strategy for a patient like Mr. Clark. This is where his digital twin comes in. It starts by using Mr. Clark's medical data to create a patient-specific biophysical model, including a virtual version of his heart, which looks, behaves, and reacts just like the real one. Through a seamless flow of data and advanced analytics capabilities enabled by Philips Health Suite, Dr. Sullivan can connect Mr. Clark's digital twin with intelligence on similar cases and select ablation as the therapy with the best possible predicted outcome for him, both on the short and on the long term. Dr. Sullivan carefully plans the procedure by simulating various ablation scenarios on Mr. Clark's digital twin. This enables her to select the one with the optimal computed result. The chosen ideal scenario forms the basis for real-time intervention guidance. During the procedure, all taken actions, as well as any unforeseen situations, are processed real-time into Mr. Clark's digital twin to redirect if necessary. As a result, Mr. Clark received his treatment at the right time, in the right way, with the best possible outcome. This is one of many.
So as you have seen this example, I'll stop this video here. So as you have seen this video, it is giving you clear-cut idea that before operating a patient, if its digital twin is created and we can check different parameters on it, it will save lives of many patients. So digital twin is again here one point to notice for machineries and kind of a thing, that digital twin also can send information to particular machine. So as we have taken an example of a digital twin in healthcare, so I'll just quickly go through one more example and the communication part which takes place. So IOT, which is used by a person. So see, this is an elderly person who is moving out, and there are 3 to 4 sensors, those they are installed on the patient's body. So see this red color spot, those they are their sensors, those they are installed on the body. So one sensor is monitoring a heart rate and respiratory rate. Another sensor is monitoring the motion that particular person is doing. Then whatever information is captured by this sensor, it is getting transferred here to the cell phone of that particular person. Then this information which is getting transferred here to a cell phone, which kind of protocol that can be used over there for communication? So it can be Bluetooth, it can be Zigbee, or it can be a wireless LAN that can be used for the communication. See, mobile of that patient and the sensors installed on the patient's body, they are going to be near to each other. And as their distance is not much, so your Bluetooth and Zigbee can work properly. But now this your mobile phone which has a Wi-Fi or a mobile data. So with the help of that mobile can transfer a data to a internet. So again, I want you all to see the network, those they are involved. This is a personal area network, personal body area network. It is going to transfer data to a mobile phone. So it is one set of communication involved. It can be with the Bluetooth, it can be with the Zigbee. Once data reaches here to a mobile phone, that data needs to be stored on internet. Or if anything goes wrong with this person, his motion sensors are not working, means that person is not moving, or the heart rate has been increased, so immediately the intimation has to be given to doctor, family members and the ambulance, so that it is an emergency and you need to take care of this patient. So this information, the getting information transferred to appropriate location or storing that data on the internet and processing that data. So this is one set of communication which is involved, that is personal body area network to a mobile phone. Second set is involved over here, that is mobile phone to internet. Here it can be a Zigbee, here it can be a Bluetooth, which will come into a picture. Here it can be your mobile area network, here it can be your Wi-Fi. Definitely the coverage of area is more, so your Bluetooth, Zigbee, they are not going to work. So you require a protocol which will consider the distance also as a parameter. So these are the two sets. Again, if you see, when data is getting transferred, some kind of application layer protocols, those they are required. Generally, when we make use of a web-based application, we make use of HTTP protocol. But now in case of IoT devices, can we really make use of HTTP protocol? Answer comes is no, because check out the HTTP protocol stack. That is your TCP/IP protocol stack. So many layers are there. So many headers, trailers, they're getting added. That means your payload, actual load plus the additional information, so that load increases. If your load is increased, the memory requirement increases, processing requirement increases. Your IoT devices, they are very small in size, they have very small processing power. Definitely your IoT device cannot bear this HTTP. So there comes into a picture is your COAP protocol. So that COAP protocol will help you to manage your IoT network side, and the actual internet transmission that can be done with the HTTP. So from your personal area network till one border router, this will work as your COAP protocol, and then transferring this data on a cloud or giving it to long distance user, here it will come your HTTP protocol. So we can roughly say is that your COAP is nothing but HTTP, but it is for IoT devices. Those they are small in size, those they have less memory, those they have less processing power. Then your COAP and HTTP club together, they will form your complete data transmission on the internet. Then this was just about one person who is having sensors installed on his body. But think about your complete hospital, which is IoT enabled hospital. So when I say your hospital is IoT enabled hospital, you can just imagine your patient is having sensors installed on his body. That parameters are getting transferred. As we have already discussed, unique identification is must, so that which sensor is carrying which patient's body parameter and where they are getting saved, that has to be accurate information. So this is a one part of your hospital. Second part of your hospital is the administrative work of your hospital which takes place. So think about doctors. When they go on round, they don't take their mobile phone. But in case of emergency, you need to track a doctor. He is on which floor, in which room number. A RFID tag installed on that doctor's wrist, and that tag is continuously sending information the way that doctor is moving. So in case of emergency, it can be easily detected. Same thing is applicable to find different equipments. So basically, asset management is also one thing which can be done very well with the help of IoT devices. Staff management is one thing which can be done very well with the help of IoT devices. Patient body parameter monitoring, anyhow, it is a core part of your IoT enabled hospital. So now again, I want you to visualize like your AC, fans, lights, all switches. In fact, we can say your tabs also can be IoT enabled. I think one more just a thought came in mind. If this we would have had before Corona, so everything would have been touchless, and we would have had a good time during this Corona. But let it be. But the thing is the communication part. So network, one is going to be the personal area network. That is sensors, those they are installed on that patient's body, they are generating information. Second thing is, in order to manage your infrastructure, you have set of sensors installed. Third thing is, in order to have asset management, even you can all the medicines, they can have tags on it, whether that medicine is getting over, whether its expiry date is over. That also information can be sent to a user on the mobile phone just by reading the tag which has been installed on that particular medicine. So all these things can be very well managed. Again, we require different set of protocols. So these are the few IoT enabled devices those they are in market. This we discussed, that is we can have it's a kind of, we can have a IoT enabled hospital, or we can have a complete network setup for an elderly person. But this project is going on there in IIT Bombay. But few devices, those they are already available. See, best example is the wrist watch which we have, and they monitor our heartbeats and everything. See, they are connected to our mobile phone with the help of Bluetooth. So the sensor which is installed on your wrist in the band, that sends some information to your mobile. That communication is done with the Bluetooth. And then you have a mobile to internet, mobile to cloud, that is nothing but your normal HTTP protocol, those they are working. So similarly, there are few more devices, those they are available. Will not cover them in depth, but the majority of devices, those they are in use, that I'll tell you. One thing is toddlers. If you see, I have categorized them into toddlers category, kids category, and chronic devices category. So a baby who is at home and mother is at work place, still mother can see the body parameters of a baby. Mother can check out the activities, those like movement, body movements, hand movements, legs movement. Mother can have a heart rate monitored there on the mobile phone. So if you could see this green color patch, it's a sensor. It's a set of sensors, those they are installed there on the baby's body. And these sensors, they are sending information. Definitely, again, there will be some local communication. So this information will be sent to that local device, and this device, with the help of Wi-Fi, HTTP, that will be sent to a mother's mobile phone who is far away from that baby. One more most commonly used IoT device in healthcare is a insulin pump, IoT enabled insulin pump. As you all know, the diabetic patients, they need to take insulin every after certain interval, and the fixed quantity of insulin should go into their body. So if a person in a meeting, it becomes difficult to take that insulin. Nowadays, we found that kids are also getting some A type of diabetes, and they also needs to be given insulin. In that case, parents needs to go to a school and inject insulin into that child's body. But there is a IoT enabled insulin pump available. You can see here, this needle is already inserted in patient's body. Here there is a small pocket box kind of a thing where you can refill the insulin in the morning. And you can set a time. Let us say at 10 a.m. give me 35 ml of insulin. At 3 p.m. give me 35 ml of insulin. So this device will give you intimation and will inject that 35 ml of insulin in your body. You can operate this through your mobile as well. You can give an instruction to this insulin pump, inject a 35 ml of insulin in my body as and when required, or you can have it pre-programmed. The thing about the convenience which has been given to a diabetic patient with the help of this particular device. Second thing is, this insulin pump is IoT enabled. That insulin pump has an IP address. You can track the activities, those they are done by your insulin pump. Again, the communication part, it is getting communicated through your mobile. So the network which is involved there, mobile to insulin pump. Then there are few wheelchairs, those they are IoT enabled. They move patients automatically from one place to another place. They are kind of path following robots along with some IoT sensors installed on that chair so that they can work properly. This is a most common example. For wound healing detection also, you can see this is a sensor strip which can be inserted inside the wound the patient has. Inside the wound that patient has, and when that wound is about to heal, it can send an intimation that means it can give regular status what is happening with that wound. Sometimes you may need to change that bandage, or sometimes you need to keep it for a long time. So the decisions can be taken easily with the help of this particular slet which is available. Again, if you see, these are the sensors. This is one I'll say it as a board. So this board will actually transfer information. Sensors will transfer information to this particular board. This will transfer information to my mobile. That communication can be with the help of Bluetooth. It can be with the help of Zigbee. And then from my mobile, the information will be transferred there to doctor's mobile with the help of our standard Wi-Fi. Rest of the points I'll skip for now. We'll go for the next. So whatever examples we have discussed up till now, you can see that if you club everything together, smart city, smart hospital, smart highway, smart factory is nothing but your complete city is going to become a smart city, right? It's nothing but your smart city. But think about the traffic, data traffic, which is generated when such a huge amount of data is getting generated from each and every part of a city. Then that data will come at one particular service center, that to be your cloud. There you will have some platforms installed. So let me here tell you that, installing IoT devices, making connection of those IoT devices properly, making them communicate with the boards, those they are there. That is totally one separate specialization area. Then sending that data to cloud, that is a separate area. Working the, or analysis, doing analysis of that data, it's a totally separate specialization. One company cannot afford to have all kind of specializations together. So what you could find is in company, in market, there are many players like IBM, Google, Azure. They have given the things readily available there, and they provides you in the terms of APIs. And those APIs, the different companies can very well use because those functions are already written somewhere. Why to reinvent will? The things are readily available, just make use of those things. So the APIs is the concept which comes into a picture. We will discuss it, but just wanted to give you a view that all these things integrated together. So integration is not, it is not a job of a single person or group of 10 to 20 people. It requires a great manpower. Few things, those they are already constructed, those they are already available. So those they can be used in terms of APIs. So different cloud service providers, different cloud platforms, those they are already provided by different different companies that can be used very well. So here, this is the example of smart city came here, I would like to give you one example. European cities, what they found is air pollution is a silent killer. Many diseases people are getting because of air pollution. And so what they decided is they started one project called as Tarafair. That is, it is about traffic flow, regulation of traffic flow, so that they wanted to have a distributed traffic across the city. If people are moving from one location to other location, they all should not follow the same path. That traffic has to be distributed. That is what the study they have started. And for that, they have used IoT. Their goal is by 2023, this project should be completed. And recently I read in news, the city called as Santiago Compostela in the France, they have got a prize of best IoT enabled city, which was started under this particular project. So if you are interested, you can go and read the case study about this particular city. So whatever we discussed up till now, I have summarized everything together. So we discussed, in order to have a complete IoT system, we need identification, we need sensing, we need communication. If you see, communication block is the bigger one in all the blocks because that is the backbone of your complete IoT enabled system. Then whatever data is collected, we require computation, then different services needs to be provided. Whatever data is gathered, some semantical analysis has to be done. Here, just one new thing which I would like to introduce. Now we are beyond IoT. As we know, we have IIoT, then we have IOM, that is IoT, medical of things and all. So, but one more step ahead we have gone, that is called as Internet of Everything. So earlier, a person was not involved. It was about a thing. But when we say it is IOE, it is a people, those they are there, they are also involved. So here I will like to give you one example. Like let us say you have gone to one cafe and GPS has detected you are there in that cafe, and a notification coming on your mobile saying that 2 table next to you is your 10th standard friend sitting. Would you like to meet him? See, GPS has detected you are there in that cafe. For your friend also, GPS has detected he is also there in that cafe. Then the Facebook, your social media came into picture. On social media found out that you are part of a same community, like some group name like 10th below of the school and that. So the intelligence worked there and it found out that he is your friend. He is connected to you on social media, and that is why information is getting popped up on your mobile phone. Here a person, his life, his movement, his social life, that is what involved over here. That is called as IoE, Internet of Everything. And these days are not like far away. Soon these things will come, because the social media, the heavy use of social media and the heavy data which is generated by social media can be very well used in order to do such a kind of analysis. But again, here second question comes is, what about your privacy? If you want to keep your information private, what to do? Again, it's a totally one separate topic. We can't discuss now. One more term which has come along with IoT, that is Internet of Behavior. So Internet of Behavior, what it says is total experience. So it says that whatever data is generated, that data should be used in order to change behaviors. This brings together data from both digital and physical world to influence the actions and the behaviors through feedback loops. So basically, whatever, how you behave. So like if you take an example of a supermarket, customers, what they are experiencing, users, what they are experiencing, employees, what they are experiencing, how do they behave, everything can be clubbed together, and whatever is the conclusion which is coming out of it can be used in order to improve the service provided by that particular supermarket. So it is a total experience. We already know one concept, that is of experiential design, like our Ola application, Uber application. The UI part of it, it's get changed every now and then. It is based on the user experience, how users should feel about that experience. But now it is saying that involve IoT also into it, add on sensors on different patients' body, use the information which is generated by those sensors in order to analyze the behavior. So IoT, yes, it is there, it had captured a market. But soon what we are going to see, we are going to see Internet of Everything with Internet of Behavior. So let us now switch on to our second part, the technology part. We have up till now seen application, how communication takes place, and how the protocols, those they play picture over there. So now I'll move on to the second part of this talk. Now these are the sensors, and as you all know, these are the sensors, those they are available in the market, and each and every sensor has its own specific functionality. Okay, before moving ahead, I would like to take question answers. If anyone has any doubt or you want to clarify anything, you can raise your doubts.
Participants, if you have any questions, you all can ask. You all can unmute yourself and ask the question.
Okay, I think we'll look them towards end. We'll proceed for the next session. These are the sensors, and see, I have purposefully kept few images over here to see how this sensors looks. So this is what your temperature sensor is, which will check out the changes in the background. I will intimate you. This is a motion sensor. Motion sensor, one use we have already seen in healthcare. It is installed on patient's body, and it has a 360-degree view. So generally the motion gets captured properly. One more application of this motion sensor I would like to give. If you put this motion sensor on your cupboard's door, and if anyone in your absence opening the door of your cupboard, you get information there on your mobile phone. See how much like it is going to give me advantage of it is my security. Like I will immediately come to know that somebody had touched to my cupboard, because it is sending me information there on my mobile. Again, we will look into a part, the communication. So this motion sensor definitely doesn't have any intelligence. It doesn't have any processing power. So you require one of the board. Either you go with Arduino, you go with Raspberry Pi, you go with Mode MCU, and that Arduino will have a internet connectivity either through Wi-Fi or through ESP, and then it will send information to your cloud, and that cloud will send information to your mobile application. This is what the communication will take place in complete complete flow of this particular application. Then this is your heart rate pulse sensor. As I said, my purpose behind this is to just show you how the sensors are looking like. So these are the sensors. So they are just having capacity in order to detect whatever changes are there. So if it is your image sensor, the image sensor is responsible for capturing images. See the size those sensors have. They are very small in size, and they have very specific functionality. That functionality only they could do. Beyond that, they don't have anything. They don't have memory to store. They don't have processor in order to process whatever data has been generated. And that is why we require one complete wireless area sensor network, so that all the sensors, whatever data has been generated, can be captured properly and can be used properly. See, this is your ECG sensor. This is your humidity sensor. So humidity sensor can be used in farming to check the humidity level of soil and to regulate the water flow in that particular farm. Some sensors, they are colorimetric sensors. They simply change a color. So Ebola test, it's a colorimetric sensor. If you put the liquid there on that kit, it gives you a proper color to say you have got Ebola or not. Alcohol detector, this is a sensor which is most commonly used in the machines those traffic police make use of, but it is not IoT, because it gives a bip then and there itself, and that traffic police refers to that bip and says whether the alcohol is there or not. But if this sensor sending information on the internet, giving intimation on a mobile phone that you have consumed alcohol, and storing that data on a cloud that on so and so date, so and so time, in so and so vehicle, you caught driving a car when you had drunk. That is the thing which will be called as an IoT enabled application. So these sensors, as I said, they don't have, the highlight is they don't have any processing power, any storage, nothing. So you require some brain in order to capture the information which is generated by these sensors. So one thing is Raspberry Pi. You might have done experiments on it. Here I would like to highlight one point is there are many types of Raspberry Pi, those they are available in market. When you want to construct any application, first design your application. Think about what all sensors will be installed. Think about how those sensors will communicate with your board, Raspberry Pi. Then how your Raspberry Pi will communicate with your cloud, and then further communication with mobile application or a web application. So don't blindly choose a Raspberry Pi which you want to use in your application. design system properly, check out the specification of a Raspberry Pi. Now you will ask me a question. What are the changes like B plus, A plus, then A, B revision 2. So they actually differ based on core type, number of cores, GPU, Wi-Fi, Ethernet connection, power on internet, RAM, which they have, SD card, HDMI card, CPU clock. These are the parameters where these all devices, they differ. So again, I highlight, while choosing a particular Raspberry Pi, first design your system properly, then choose a wise decision, what all values you require for these all parameters, and then choose that particular Raspberry Pi. Same thing is applicable for Arduino. So again, in Arduino also, there are so many types of Arduino boards, those they are available. If you want to do healthcare related applications, so wearable IoT devices, so LilyPad Arduino is best. If you are integrating healthcare related application in Arduino Uno, Arduino Nano, Micro, they will not give you that much accuracy. They will not work the way you want it to work. So again, the same point I again highlighting it. In market, so many Arduino boards are available. Don't blindly pick up any Arduino board and start integrating those with your sensors, but study the requirements. Then see, if you want something related to 3D printing, this Arduino Explore is the one which is used over there. So this is your Lily Arduino. This is your Arduino Explore. So choose your Arduino board, Raspberry Pi. See, first of all, you need to choose whether you want to go with Arduino, Raspberry Pi, Mode MCU, or anything else. So the first level of decision during construction of your IoT application is this. Second level of decision is, let us say you chose that you would go with Arduino because you don't require much storage, much processing power. Microcontroller will do because your Arduino is a microcontroller base. Raspberry Pi is a microprocessor base. So if your application can be controlled very well with the microcontroller, then it is sufficient to go with Arduino. So first level of decision, that is why I said, design your system, put up all the sensors, those they will be in use, put up all the protocols, those you require to use. One set of protocols for your personalized area network, second set of protocols when you are going to communicate with the web. So that has to be chosen. If your prototype is ready on the paper, then you should take a decision which board you will use, Raspberry Pi, Arduino, Mode MCU, or anything else which is available in market. Once that decision is taken, then which particular Arduino, which particular Raspberry Pi to use, that decision has to be taken. There is one virtual IoT lab. I have purposefully included this here because nowadays we are in online mode. Using hardware and doing practical is something difficult for all of us. So this is one good virtual IoT lab which is available. Let me see if my lab is working. I'll just show you. I'll not demonstrate it, but can you see it? So this is my project which I have started. On this virtual IoT lab, you can have Raspberry Pi project, you can have Arduino project, STM32 project, any project you can do. This is my try project which I have done. I'll start it because I have tried it. It will take time because it has to load that complete hardware and show us working. But I'll show what exactly it will display. So here it will be your Arduino. It will show you. And this is a simple LED program. So it will show you the LEDs. So these are the 3 LEDs and the button to which those LEDs are connected. So if I click on this particular button, 4 number, if it is collected for 11 number LED, it will switch that LED on, it will switch that LED off. At present, my project is not running, so it won't work. But you can upload your program here. You can click. So you can have your own Arduino program. in your Arduino kit, and you can upload your own program here, and you can see the change in the behavior of this particular Arduino kit regards to handling LEDs. I have created this project for LED handling. That is why it is giving me for LEDs, but you can have your project like smart dustbin and etc. etc. One thing I would like to highlight here, it is free for few first attempts. Later on, you need to pay. But yeah, it is a good virtual IoT lab which is available. In case of online mode, this can be definitely used in order to have an experience how actually IoT devices get connected. Once again, I repeat, you can upload your own Arduino program. Just you need to click here. It will open your browser window. Just select the Arduino program which you want to upload here for this Arduino board. It will start running. Just note down this link. You can use it later on. Now will not go in depth for this. I'll go to my next slide.
Madam, can you show some interface with mobile and Arduino?
So mobile
any
and
possibility?
Arduino, I definitely, if time permits, we will do that. But if you visit this
Whatever
website,
you are showing, it is a monotony, and everybody has repeated these things at least 3 times.
okay, we'll go ahead. I'll show you programs those I have. So this is what we have seen with the virtual lab. Yeah, connections with this. So I'll skip this portion. I'll go for the protocol section directly then. Yeah, one more thing I would like to highlight over here is data sheets. Each and every sensor comes along with a data sheet, and that data sheet gives you complete detailed information about the sensor, the values, those they are captured, its accuracy, its lifetime, and everything. So that is what given over there. So before using any sensor, check out the data sheet of that sensor and select that sensor appropriately. Sensors cost, if you will ask, then the sensors are having very less cost. They are very less in cost. So this is what the integration takes place. That is what already you have seen with different sensors getting attached to Arduino, Raspberry Pi, or some shields, those they are already available. Then with the help of Wi-Fi, it is going to connect it to a cloud, and then cloud is going to transfer information to a web application and mobile application. Now, actually, how this protocols, those they are coming into picture and those they are working. So first of all, different identifiers are required. So identification of a human being, then the eyes of that human being can be used for identification of a unique person, or the thumb impressions, those they can be used in order to identify that person. Then if it is a thing, then you can make use of a QR code, you can make use of a barcode, or you can make use of an ID number in order to identify that particular thing. Yeah, this is what the actual physical design of IoT, that is nothing but your IoT protocol stack. So this IoT protocol stack, if you see clearly, there are 4 levels given: application layer, transport layer, network layer, and link layer. So the link layer is talking about your Ethernet, Wi-Fi, then 6LoWPAN is what a protocol. So for this 6LoWPAN protocol, you require a LRWPAN, which is required for this 6LoWPAN. Then your 3G, 2G cellular networks protocol. So they are there as a part of your link layer. So link layer protocol is basically one to determine how your data is physically sent over the network's physical layer. Then the network layer is there. So network layer, it is responsible for your IT datagrams from the source network to a destination network. IPv4, IPv6 is there, but IPv4, IPv6 is for your standard web applications. IPv6 cannot run on this IoT. So you require one customized protocol, which is 6LoWPAN protocol. Then the transport layer, it is TCP, UDP, but generally your IoT protocols, they make use of UDP, not the TCP. Your TCP, because your TCP, it's something heavy. So UDP is the one which is generally in use. And then application layer, then your HTTP, COAP, WebSocket, MQTT, XAMPP, DDS, then your advanced MQTT. These are the protocol, those they are there. HTTP becomes very heavy. So the synonym for HTTP, which is there in your IoT network, it is COAP, or the WebSockets, those they are used. MQTT. So again, based on application, whichever application you are using, based on the application, you can choose the appropriate application layer protocol, transport layer protocol, network layer protocol, and the link layer protocol. And if you are using the distance on which the communication has to be done, that also has to be considered very much. So here there is a comparison between IoT stack and the web stack. So you can clearly see the web stack layers, those they are getting mapped with the IoT stack. And generally the data format, see, your sensors are going to pick up some value, and that value has to be transferred on the network via different routers. So basically some formats are required. Here formats used are binary, JSON. These are the formats, those they are used. Then this is the application layer. COAP, MQTT, transport layer, your FDP, DTLS, network layer, IPv6, 6LoWPAN. So basically, when you talk about the logical design of IoT, it has IoT communication models and IoT communication APIs. So IoT communication models, they are request response communication models, publish subscriber model, push pull model, and the exclusive player model. So if you relate these things, the way the protocol behaves, those they fall into one of this category. So either it is request response, then it is publish subscribe model, or it is push pull model, or it is exclusive paired communication model. So your MQTT protocol works with the publisher subscriber model. So I'll take its example, how this publisher subscriber model works. Then one more thing which is important in case of communication, which is the communication APIs, those they are used. So APIs are nothing but your application programming interface. If you want to check a weather which is available in a particular city, so weather snippet is already written by Google. You need not to write that complete code again. What you can do is you just use that weather API and give a call to it. So two more examples I would like to show here for API. Like your IoT application, you want to authenticate a user, you can authenticate it with the API, which is shown here. Generally, it shows us when we want to use any application, whether you want to use it with Google, Facebook, login with LinkedIn. So it is also an API which is used. Or the money transaction, how you would like to pay your money, with the Visa card, PayPal card, or with any other method. So this is also one of the API which is used. So for communication APIs, these are few APIs, those they can be used. And if you say the communication APIs and the applications, though IoT communication, so here is the thing is generally the web services are used in order to carry data from one place to another place in case of IoT. And the web service which is used here, it is a REST-based web service. So for IoT, we have REST-based communication APIs and WebSocket-based communication APIs. So this REST-based APIs, they are important because of its characteristics, like it allows you to have a client-server communication. It is stateless in nature. You can cache the data so that client-side the processing can be done properly. It has a uniform interface and the code on demand can be used. So just to give you more clarity, if you want to access a particular resource, generally we write it as HTTP API example resource. So complete path we write. So this is your normal web service which you are giving a call for. And if you specify that item name and you pinpoint that particular item, then it is a HTTPS. It is your REST-based service which you are giving a call for. WebSocket, it first establishes a connection. It will have a handshake with client and server. And once connection is established, then multiple data frames can be transferred into it. So this is what your network is. And see, these are different lights. Those, they are IoT enabled. And this is a switch which you want to control with that. The actuator is installed over here. So how you will transfer information? So if you want to get information whether the light is on or off, you can use the information get /status power. If you want to give you want to put forth for one particular light to be on or off, you want to set which color to be given to that light, it can be a method like put. So if you observe, it is something like your HTTP. Get is working, put is working. So get is going to get information from this device, which is an IoT enabled device, and put is going to make that device work.
Madam, can you specifically tell the types of web server you are going to install and what will be the programming APIs?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ये देखो ना, इसको करो ना मैम, नहीं तो देखो आपको ऐसे करते रहते, क्या हुआ? उसको मिनिमाइज नहीं हो रहा है, वो देखो कर दो फिर
Hello. Yes, sir. I will cover. I'll take that. Just let me first give you this complete study about this communication part. We will go into it. I have second hands-on session, which is on Koja simulator, where we are going to see practically the things, how they get performed.
Yeah. Just for example, you have an Arduino, you have connected it to an web server or APIs, any other server, and then that web server is accessed through an HTTP protocol or any protocol that you just had mentioned through a remote client.
Yes, sir. We will see. When we will have simulator working, there I'll demonstrate the working of all these protocols. This is what your XML document looks like. See the way, see here, this is the instruction which is given. This is the instruction which is given. But with this instruction, when the data is getting carried out, internally it can make use of XML format or it can make use of JSON format in order to carry a data. So let us say temperature sensor is sensing a data. So the temperature sensor will send a data either in this JSON format, so which will look like this, or in XML format, which will look like this. So it will send a name of that sensor followed by whatever value that sensor has read, whatever the value of that sensor has detected. So this complete information will form your one packet, and that will be getting transferred from the sensor to your particular web application or a mobile application. So before proceeding, we need to understand the protocol related things. So this is your COAP protocol. So as I said, COAP protocol is something which is a substitute for HTTP protocol. HTTP protocol stack is heavy. It cannot work on your IoT devices as they are small in size and they have less processing power. So the COAP has came into a picture, and COAP has the features, those they are listed there. So only to highlight is the method, those they are used in HTTP, those they are available in COAP, get, post, put, delete. Plus COAP has one more method in order to enhance the working of your IoT devices. And second thing I would like to highlight here is when you write HTTP protocol, you write it with http:// followed by the resource URL. Similarly here for COAP, it will start with COAP. So now actually your environment will look like this. This is what your constrained environment, that is nothing but your IoT environment. This is what your environment which is outside, which is beyond your personal area network, and where it is going to transfer a data. So here internally you can make use of COAP protocol. The data can be transferred to a proxy, and this proxy will transfer data to a HTTP server. So this side of communication is with COAP, this side of communication is with HTTP. This I'll not go into depth. Yeah, this is one thing. Like this is one thermostat which is called as COAP server 1. This is another thermostat which is called as COAP server 2. In order to get information about this server, just check out the way it is written, COAP:my_home_in, and the port number is mentioned. This 5683 is the port number which is reserved for COAP communication. Then the name of the resource and the temperature. So it will send an instruction to this particular thermostat to give me your information. What is the temperature? So this thermostat needs to give information back. So when this thermostat is going to give information back, this thermostat will give information in the terms of XML or the JSON, the one which we have seen at in the previous slide. So this is what your mobile application which is transferring. In case of your HTTP, it would have been HTTPS://. Now this is your thermostat which is IoT enabled. This is your thermostat which is IoT enabled. To access that thermostat, COAP protocol can be written in this manner. The way it is written, it is clearly giving us like it's a RESTful web service, because it is specifying that particular resource, which information you want to gather. And that resource is sending the information back, which will be sent in the terms of your XML or JSON file. When you want to access this on the web, in your URL, you can simply type all these things. When you type it in the URL, you will be able to access this particular resource, which is named as temp next bedroom, and which protocol, which port to use for the communication. It is 5683. That is what the port can be used for communication. So this is a way how your COAP protocol works. COAP protocol, again the messages, see in HTTP protocol we get a messages like 404 page not found or 200 something. Similarly, this COAP protocol also has a status code. If anything goes wrong, it will give you a reply with the status code like this. So next one is your MQTT protocol. So your MQTT protocol, it is used when you want to make use of publisher subscriber model, the one which we have discussed earlier. So in MQTT, what happens is you have a broker and you have few subscribers, and those subscribers, they subscribe for one particular topic. So let us say in your smart home, you have lights. So lights will subscribe to a topic light. So if any information comes with the topic name light, all the light sensors, they will read, they will listen to that particular topic. If you have 4 ACs and you have given a topic to it as an air conditioner. So if any message comes with the title air conditioner, only those 3 ACs, those they have subscribed to this particular information or this particular channel, they will listen to it. So actually this works in this manner. So your MQTT broker is there. Your MQTT broker has subscribers. So those subscribers needs to subscribe with the topic name. So laptop is a topic name. So laptop, whenever your broker will send the information related to laptop topic, only the laptops, those they are going to listen to it. So temperature sensor, temperature sensor will have a topic which is a temperature sensor. So basically, when you would like to have a network like a smart home where you have multiple sensors and you want them to listen based on what instruction you would like to give, then in that scenario, this MQTT protocol can work in the better way. Now there is one more advancement which has came into this MQTT protocol, which is advanced MQTT architecture. What advanced MQTT architecture does it? Earlier there were no queues maintained. The message come and that message get pushed. But here the queues are maintained so that there will not be any kind of loss in any kind of like a communication part. That loss will not be there. So totally available protocols are COAP, ZAP, then your RESTful WebSocket and your MQTT. Again, which one to use? It is based on the requirements which you have. So I have put up over here a comparison table. So basically in transport layer, which protocol you want to use, which kind of messaging you want, whether you want it request response, publish, subscribe, then whether you have which kind of connectivity you have, 2G, 3G, 4G. So accordingly, the protocol needs to be chosen. Then next set of protocol, those they play a major role is wireless sensor networks protocol, that is your Bluetooth, then BLE, Zigbee, Z-Wave, 6LoWPAN, then your Wi-Fi is there, 2G, 3G, 4G, then NB IoT, narrowband IoT is there, 5G is there, NFC is there. So you might have heard all these names and you are aware of all these technologies, those they are available in the market. So like RFID, LoWPAN, 6LoWPAN protocol. So they are already available. Now, which one to choose out of this? So the frequency which is required, what frequency you want, then based on few parameters you should check. So this is a graph which will give you clear-cut idea. See, this is what your range and this is what your data rate is. So what data rate you want and what range it should cover. So if you want a data rate which is very low data rate and you want a size to be like a lower side, the range which is covering there, then Zigbee can be used. Then Bluetooth can be used. But if you want the data range is also high, your area range is also high, data rate is also high, then you should go towards a Wi-Fi. So, so even though so many protocols, those they are available for IoT, for network, for your link layer communication, which one to choose, the decision has to be taken based on the data rate and the range which you want to cover. So accordingly, you can select a particular Zigbee, you can select Bluetooth, you can select Wi-Fi or any other protocol which is available. So this is one sample example, like this is a system which will, this has different Zigbee networks, those they are installed over here. So here there is your one sensor which is communicating with Zigbee. This is your access point, which is a Wi-Fi access point. And Wi-Fi access point is going to give information to your switch router network and then ultimately to your outside communication. So this area is what your personalized area where your sensors are deployed. So those they are going to communicate with the help of Zigbee. And actual communication on the internet, it is with the help of your Wi-Fi. So you require one Zigbee and Wi-Fi bridge to be installed over there. So ultimately what we can say is in communication model, we can have an object and that object should have an identification. Then that object will capture the data or it sends that data. Then the network, which is a wired or wireless sensor network, it will transfer information and it will go to an information system. Now, one major part is IoT cloud. So all these are the cloud service providers. Those they are already available there in the market. We can make use of them. So I'll just show you your Amazon RT Cloud. So Amazon RT Cloud, if you can see here, this users, this user, then third-party APIs or the sensor devices, they all can access this particular RT Cloud. But everywhere communication is done with the help of APIs. And user can access your application with the help of web and mobile application. Protocol, those they are used here, it is REST-based HTTPS, which uses the WebSocket format. It uses MQTT protocol, it uses COAP protocol wherever required. So whatever protocol we have discussed earlier, this the cloud service providers internally, they are making use of those protocols based on the requirement. What do they have? If you will ask me whether this clouds, those they are already in use, then answer is yes. Microsoft Azure IoT, the Rolls-Royce is the biggest aeroplane engine manufacturing company, which is using Azure IoT to monitor the health of more than 13,000 engines around the world. So whenever one flight is there in the air, that flight generates a billion bytes of data, and that data has to be stored, that data has to be analyzed. And data generated, that too with the help of different sensors, those they are installed in that particular flight. So engine also has the sensors over it. So this is already in use. Then the electric company also make use of this Microsoft Azure IoT. Sandvik company, which is a cutting tool services for the metal industry, that is also using Azure services. Amazon Web Services, they are used by Enel. It's an Italian manufacturer for electricity. So they count the requirement, they count whatever is the availability, and accordingly they do the production of electricity. And they have saved a quite good amount by using this IoT enabled services. Then one thing which can be used in at home, which is iRobot. So this is a vacuum cleaning robot. So that vacuum cleaning robot can go anywhere in the house. You just need to switch it on and leave it on the floor. It will go everywhere in each and every corner, and it will clean it. But when it is moving, it is going to generate data, and that data needs to be stored, needs to be analyzed, needs to be used properly. Communication needs to be done properly. So here Amazon Web Service IoT Cloud, which is in use. Kone, it's a famous lift company that is also using IBM Watson IoT Cloud in order to maintain the elevators and the escalators and the doors, those they have installed across the city. So these are the already available services, those they are there in the cloud. So in the main thing is, with the help of this cloud service provider, we need not to reinvent anything. The things are already available, we can make use of it directly. All this cloud service providers, there you can create your account and you can use the services free for a few days. Then you need that they charge you definitely. So first few days for just experiencing how that cloud works, we can see it. Most of us might have seen the ThinkSpeak, like the sensor sending a data on the ThinkSpeak. So that way these all clouds are working. So this is it. Here I have tried covering the theoretical part of IoT communication, where we have seen why we require the communication part in IoT, different IoT protocols, those they are majorly contributing towards IoT communication. Then next session, I am going to work with Koja simulator, where we will try to cover as many protocols we can to see the working of those protocols. And these are the references from where I have taken this data. So thank you everyone for patience listening. Hope I am on time. This is my mail ID. In case of anything, you can connect to me on my mail ID.
Participants, if any questions you have, you all can ask or just post it in the chat box.
Ma'am, you said about COAP and MQTT protocols.
Yes.
I have one question regarding that. It means that if I want to connect my personal area network, which will have a number of sensors, to the router, there is a need of COAP or MQTT protocol.
So COAP protocol will work best because you need to use that individual, whatever n number of sensors you have, you need to trap them individually.
Okay.
That is your personalized area network.
Okay, okay. I mean, the next session in Kuja simulator, these things will be shown.
Kuja
protocols.
simulator, see, first of all, I need to start with basics so that you can understand how Kuja simulator works. Then at least I'll try to go till 6 low pan, how the 6 low pan can be seen there in the Kuja simulator.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Thank you. Is there any demonstration on IoT cloud platform?
Sir, because of time constraint, we can't do that because IoT cloud on its own, it's a big topic to do.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Only I wanted to give you highlights that the communication protocols, those we have discussed or those they are available, they are only internally used there in the cloud. So cloud service provider have implemented all those based on the need. That is what I wanted to highlight.
Okay. You said about port number for COAP. So is there any port number for MQTT also?
No, port, there is no, because it is a publisher subscriber model. Your broker is responsible for sending messages.
Okay, okay.
And when broker sends some messages, it announces the title first. See, MQTT generally works where you have, like, see, my industry area where I have hundreds of lights and I want to control them together.
Okay.
So light will be one topic, and whatever information I want to convey, the broker will convey it with that title.
Any other questions from the participants?
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, we were having one question in the chat box.
Yes.
I'll read that. Are there any IOB projects that can be given to final year engineering students?
So there are many. Initially, when I discussed the applications, I have discussed many ideas. See, complete smart parking you can't give, but you can modularize it, divide it into small sections. Those can be given to students, and then towards and all 4 groups can be clubbed together to get one complete IoT ecosystem.
Okay, ma'am. Participants, any more questions? I think no questions from the participants. So, thank you, ma'am. We are extremely grateful to you for briefing us on the topic of IoT and covering its various multiple aspects. It was really a wonderful session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Small announcement for the participants. Participants, we will now take a lunch break and resume back in 1 hour. And a humble request to all the participants to please fill the attendance cum feedback form. The link is shared in the chat box, and the link will be activated for the next 1 hour. Thank you, everyone.
So see you at 1.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes,
Mamta
Tejas.
ma'am,
Yes,
please
Tejas,
let me.
you are audible, but there is echo.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the FDP on IoT, a journey from sensor to server, organized by APISHA Institute of Technology. Now, I again invite Anjali ma'am for the second session of the day. This will be a demonstrative session on KUKA simulator and IoT research tool. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a second. Give me some time. I'll share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, before I share my screen, hope everyone has downloaded the links those they were given yesterday for Contiq operating system, and to run Contiq operating system, virtual machine is required. I want you all to execute it with me so that you can get a real learning experience. So if you haven't downloaded, I'll wait for 5 minutes. It's very small operating system. It will take hardly 1 minute to do so. Follow the links those they have been given and download the Contiq operating system. I'll wait for 5 minutes so that every one of us can start together. And those they have done already, you can write it in the chat box that your operating system is ready. I'm waiting for your response. Okay, there is one response in the chat box. Pranali madam will wait for some time so that everyone will be on the same page.
Just to let the participants know, the link was shared in the WhatsApp group yesterday of the IoT FDP group.
Everyone, once your operating system is ready, start responding there in the chat box. That will help us to proceed. Once again, I repeat, it is an operating system for IoT devices. It is very small in size. It will take hardly a minute in order to download. Those they have downloaded, open your operating system in a virtual machine. If you don't have virtual machines on your laptop, virtual machine also you can download. Contiq, you can download 2.7. Kindly update your progress in the chat box. Only 2 responses are there in the chat box. May I know what is status others they have? You have to just download Contiki OS. You can go with version 2.7. Once its downloading is done, you have to unzip the folder which is there. You will, because once that operating system is downloaded, it's a zip file. Unzip that file. Then go to your virtual machine and open the file. Give a folder where you have unzipped your Contiki OS. It will open you your Contiki OS. So let me show you how it will look. It will ask you for login name and password. By default, login name and password is user. So just type login name and password as user. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
So this
Yes.
is what your Contiki operating system it will look like. I think I should start because little bit of theory regarding this I have to cover. Then we can start its actual use. So by that time participants are downloading Contiki OS, I'll go to my presentation. Once again, I repeat, you need not to install anything. Just download Contiki operating system. It will download into a zip file. Unzip that folder. Go to your virtual machine. I have used VMware Workstation 16 player. So go to your virtual machine and open that Contiki operating system. So wherever you have unzipped, give a location. It will automatically pick up the bootable file from that folder and it will start running your Contiki OS. By the time you start doing it, I'll go and I'll start with my presentation work and then I'll share you screen again. But just to tell you that this is how your Contiki operating system looks. So once in a VMware, you say that play my virtual machine and specify the Contiki operating system folder. It will open your virtual machine, which will look like this. It will ask you for a password. By default, password is user. When you download the Contiki operating system, there in the document, it is written that by default password available for this virtual machine is, for this operating system, it is user. So just enter user there in the box, wherever it is asking you for the password, press enter. Hope instructions are clear. You listen to me side by side, work on installation part of your Contiki operating system. So let's to start with this session. Just a second, let me share my screen. Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll start with Koja simulator, background of this Koja simulator, background of Contiki operating system, and then we'll proceed with the implementation of implementation part. I'll try to demonstrate 2-3 programs, and obviously you all will do it along with me. Once you are able to execute those simple programs, heavy programs will not be possible to execute in such a short span of time, but I'll be showing you the things whichever I have already implemented and how I have used those things. So that part I will be showing you. So as we have already seen that IoT, nothing but what it is, just a network. So there is one complete IoT system in front of you. If you see, there are 3 clusters into it. Each cluster has 4 to 5 sensors into it. Those sensors, they are connected to Arduino board, and that Arduino board is connected to router. That router is connected to switches, and then information is getting transferred on cloud. Now, these sensors, how do they get connected to Arduino board? That you all know very well. In the previous session, there was a question which I would like to answer now, because that was not the appropriate time there. So I will give that answer now. How this complete scenario works, I just will give you an overall view that how the sensors getting attached to Arduino, Arduino is getting Arduino is transferring information, and how that information get collected. So just a second, we'll show one small example which I have prepared. So see, you can see my screen is visible, right?
Yes.
So see, this is the way how you have connectivity for the Arduino board. So the simple LED program is given over here. This LED program we will implement with Koja simulator as well.
So
So
that is not visible.
Screen is not visible?
No, actually I thought about PPT.
In just a second. Let me close this window. Yeah, sure. Is this visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So just wanted to give you start to end view how the things are practically implemented. See, IoT, these are the stuff, those they take long time. We can't do it them in short duration, and that too in online, it becomes little bit difficult to do. So we'll try to give explanation at my level best. So this is what your Arduino is. Arduino has different pins on it. So those pins, with the help of breadboard, you connect appropriate pin, and I want to lit this LED. So positive, negative side of that LED needs to be taken, and the ground thing. So the 3 pins from Arduino. So these are the 3 pins from Arduino. Those should be connected. So this 1, 2, and 3. So definitely small wires you will be taking. One wire you will plug here, and then here, here, and here. So with this breadboard, you are going to connect your LED. Now, to operate with this LED on this Arduino board, you need to write your program. So do your Arduino board, see here, here is the connector available to your Arduino board. So this connector, you will put it there in your laptop. The way we normally connect our pen drives or HDMI cables, that kind of a thing. So this, your laptop will have your program ready. This program you want to push it on Arduino. So laptop to Arduino connectivity is with the help of a cable. With that cable, you are going to push your program there on the Arduino. And this Arduino is connected to LED over here. Now let us say, see, this is what your Arduino IDE, this is what your normal program is, and the program looks like your C program only. So when you want to connect it to internet, few of the Arduinos, those they are old Arduinos, they don't have internet connectivity. So with that Arduino, you need to make use of a shield, which is ESP8266. So on Arduino, you will make use of ESP8266. So once you have this Arduino and ESP8216, so this is ready that your ASP, that is means your this complete setup can communicate to a Wi-Fi. So that is ultimately you can access to a internet. And when you want these things to be connected to mobile devices, so on mobile you need to install the things. And now this diagram gives you picture like how you connect ESP to a Arduino. So again, the pin numbers are fixed. Pin numbers from ESP, those they are fixed. put up appropriate pins. So again, the wires will be used. Here there are 2 resistors put up. So once you put up all these things at a proper place, now you will have your Arduino. On top of it or connected to it is your ESP. Once your ESP is there on your mobile, what you need to do is go to your mobile, download your TCP client for Android. Once you download your TCP client for your Android, that is generally available in Play Store. Then from your mobile, you can connect your ESP8266 Wi-Fi. So the way generally we see which all Wi-Fis are available in this particular area, it gives us list of name, right? So here it will give you list, in list it will give you your ESP8266. And generally this once you get connected over there, you get a fixed static IP address. If by default IP address given over here is 192.168.4.1, and if you want to configure something, you want to change something, you can directly use a Wi-Fi function wi-fi.config. Okay, so now when you see, this is your Arduino, your LED, Arduino and ESP side. Then on mobile, you have your TCP client. Once your TCP client is ready, you will be getting command prompt the way we get for TCP. And from there, you can start sending instructions to your ESP port number 80. Those instructions will be transferred. So LED on, LED off. The command prompt is literally, it's a command prompt the way we get it for Linux and Unix operating system. Here you can start typing your command, and that command will be transferred to that particular device. So this is what exactly how it works. So let me go to my original slide. Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Is this visible?
Yes.
PPTs are visible, ma'am.
Is this visible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that is what just now I have explained how this clusters communicates. So the connection, how those they get established over here. That is just now which I have explained. And once your data reaches to cloud, see, ESP is one option which is available with Arduino, with which you can have directly transfer a command from your mobile phone to your ESP, ultimately to your Arduino. Other option is available is, as your data is available on cloud, it will be your normal mobile application through which you can access your data from the IoT cloud. Or when you use specifically IoT cloud like Azure, or you use your IBM Watson or something, they will provide you interface to access your mobile phone from it. So now basically the question is, why should we go for simulator? Why should we use simulator? So basically, as the name given to this particular session is Koja Simulator Research Tool. So see, we have seen so many protocols, they are available in regarding with IoT and the different layers, those they are there, and each layer which kind of protocol those they are working, that we have already discussed. But these protocols, they might be having some lacuna, or you are interested in adding some functionalities to those protocols. Basically, what you can do is you can check whatever is your proposal, whatever addition you want to do, that you can simulate, that you can check after adding that particular portion into the code. Let us say I want to add on a encryption method. Whenever data is getting transferred from a sensor, that data has to be encrypted and then that data has to be sent. So let us say I am making use of a AES cipher. So my basic question comes is whether the Arduino is capable of handling it. whether Arduino has that much processing power, it will be able to run the functionalities of AES. See, these are the questions, those they are in my mind, but I need to test them. So is it feasible that I will do it directly on the Arduino? I'll attach a sensor and all. So it is little bit risky. It is a little bit problematic. We can't do it directly on the hardware. So what best thing can be done is we can go with the simulator. In simulator, the one which we are going to see, Koja simulator, functionalities of all the protocols, those they are required for IoT, the programs for the same, they are already developed and they are already available there. You just need to select which protocol you require for your wireless sensor network. Once you select a protocol for your wireless sensor network, you are ready to go. You just need to deploy the modes, those they are there, and you are ready to go with your network. But in case the existing working of COAP 6LoWPAN protocol, you are interested in changing it, then you can definitely open the source code which is given for that particular protocol. You can do alteration to that particular protocol and then you can start working it. That is what the best use of simulator. Now, in which scenario I need to do all these things? So if you see, like see, so many IoT devices are available, but still we are not that much there into IoT. We are not using IoT that much. If question is asked why, the Gartner has carried out a survey and they found that these are the top reasons because of which IoT devices are not that much in use. If you see, the topmost reason is security concern. Second top is privacy concern. Then lack of compiling business cases. Then the skilled staff is required. Then there is a risk associated as we are changing to a new technology and so on. So as Gartner's survey says this, so definitely if the security concern is there, privacy concern is there, the protocols, those they are there, those they can be upgraded in order to give more kind of security. So again, it is one research area which is available for IoT, like to enhance the security of the protocols, those they are there. For that, we need to understand the existing working structure of that protocol. Then we can suggest what all modifications or what all different algorithms can be embedded into it in order to improve security. So best way to do it is go to a simulator, open existing protocol working in that simulator, and whatever changes you have said, try to add on those changes there and run your simulator and run your program, whatever you expect, that 5 to 6 sensors communicating with the particular proposed protocol. Start running them. Check out how much power it consumes. Check out, is there any kind of delay? So that can be very well done into a Koja simulator. Just to give you one overview about what all are the security threats, those they are there for IoT, because the security is the topmost concern because of which IoT is not adopted. So in case if you are planning to give some solution in your research for the security, then where to target, where to start it from. So there is a project called as Open Web Application Security Project. Every year they generate top 10 vulnerabilities of web application. Later on, they have added top 10 vulnerabilities of mobile application. And now they have added that is top 10 vulnerabilities of IoT application. So this top 10 vulnerabilities are nothing but they are the threats, those they are available, and we need solution for those threats. And as the website name is Open Web Application Security Project, these projects are literally open. You also can contribute. So the way I said, in your simulation, you have proposed one protocol and you have tested your protocol. You can submit your proposal to them. If they find it is eligible, they will adopt to that solution and the reward points will be given to you. So which all areas those they are there in the last year's top 10 vulnerability list: weak, caseable and hard coded password. See, I'll not go into depth in this, but one major concern which is there, that is insecure network services, that is your firewall and IDS, those they are used for IoT. And the mechanism which is used in updation of different devices. So generally what happens with the IoT is whatever devices, people, they don't change password, or they keep a small password. Because of it, it is becomes very easy to hack into that particular IoT device, and its mechanism or its working can be changed very easily. And when data is getting transferred, all these devices, they captures the data into plain text format. And you need to take care, like, see, the insulin pump example we have taken. If it says that 35 ml of insulin has to be inserted in my body, that 35 ml will go in plain text format. But anyone can easily read the 35 and can replace that value to 45 or 50. That means the more amount of insulin will be inserted into patient's body. So why not to encrypt that data? Why not to send? So again, which kind of encryption technique will be suitable? So see, I have given you example of insulin pump. That is not just an example, but it is actually a reality that that kind of a hack had happened. One more famous hack had happened, that is for your web cameras. So web-based cameras, they got hacked. So any, like the IP address, so anyone who is not authorized can see the contents of that particular web camera. So likewise, the cardiac device, IoT based cardiac device also was hacked once. Then MiFi based baby heart monitor, that was also had a vulnerability and it got hacked. So this is just to give you an overview that even though so many devices, those they are available in the market, those they are IoT based devices, people has raised a concern, the security about using those IoT devices, and that concern was like it is a true, because many hacking those they were took place there with the IoT devices. And if you see these attacks, those they are happening on IoT devices, you can literally put forth them into different 4 layers. Few of them they are targeting application layer protocols, few of them they are targeting middle layer protocol, few of them they are targeting network layer protocol, few of them they are targeting perception layer protocol. Perception layer protocol, that is your the protocol that is your base level of protocol, those they are working. And clearly if you see, then it is like this section is related to more software, this section is related to more hardware, and everywhere hacking takes place. So as like it is as a researcher, the responsibility is whatever attacks has been mentioned, if we could give a solution for those attacks to stop from being happening, that will be good. So for that, what we need is, we need one simulator. In a simulator, whatever is our proposed solution, we can implement, we can test it, and we can use it for the future use. Now, which simulator to use? If you check on IoT, there are many simulators available in market. So the list is displayed in front of you. But if you ask me, after seeing this few of the simulators, what I feel is Koja simulator for IoT is good. Why Koja simulator for IoT? The first reason is it is based on the Contiki operating system. Again, for IoT devices, the operating system, those they are required, they should be small and compact operating systems. So there are again many operating systems available in market, like Tiny OS, Contiki OS, and many more are there. But your Koja simulator, it comes as a part of Contiki operating system. As it is open source operating system, it is multitasking operating system, and you can see the requirement which is there. So the memory requirement of this Contiki OS is just 2 kilobytes of RAM and 40 kilobytes of ROM. It is so light in weight. And which protocol it makes use of? It makes use of protocol IPv6 and IPv4. But as I have already mentioned, the TCP/IP protocol stack is very heavy. That cannot work with the IoT devices. So you require something which is light in weight, but it should give functionality like IPv6. From IPv4 to IPv6, we have moved on because of we were falling shortage of IP addresses. That is why IPv6 has a bigger range. But IPv6, we can't use them directly on IoT. We require MU-IP stack. So this Contiki operating system has implementation of MU-IP stack, which will help us in order to have connectivity of IoT devices with other network. Contiki devices, it is tiny, low cost, low power microcontroller. It connects the low cost, low power microcontrollers to internet. That is one facility is also provided. These steps you all have done. I wanted to save time. That is why yesterday itself I have sent link for this. So you all have downloaded Contiki OS. You all have downloaded VMware Player. Then you have started your Contiki OS. You have to just run your virtual machine. In that, open your Contiki operating system bootable file. It's ultimately kind of Ubuntu. So the screen which you will be getting is of this kind. Then it will ask you for a login name and password. Login name is by default given over there, which is Contiki 2.5. Password for this is user. Once you enter that, you will be getting your main screen. Now, Contiki OS is majorly used for different IoT projects. And the thing is, what all implementation it will allow you. So here it is shown in this diagram. See, you can have the implementation of different protocols. So here those protocols can be implemented. Then your this personal area network can be connected to an edge router, and then your edge router can go outside with IPv6. So it allows your internet protocol suite to work fine over there. It allows your multitasking kernel. It supports the virtual network computing. It assists with the Windows system, and it allows you to use with the personal web servers. So these are the reasons why you should go with Contiki. Now I want to put you all in the chat box. How many of you are ready with the Contiki operating system? You can send a message there in the chat box. Okay. Those they were installing earlier, what about them? Only Pranali madam has responded. Hope others are still doing it. Again, I'm waiting for your response. See, at least 1 or 2 programs, if you will execute along with me, it will give you confidence. Later on, everything is available then and there itself. I just want you to see all those things so that you can explore them in depth. So if your operating system is ready, you can check with what is the IP address, as it's a Ubuntu machine. All your Ubuntu commands, you can make use of it as it is. So you need to first check on your machine what is the IP address your machine has, what is the MAC address your machine has, its MTU, whether it is working in promiscuous mode or it is working in non-promiscuous mode. Then you should check out the ports, those they are open. You should check out if any packet will go out of this machine, what route that packet will follow. So as it's a Ubuntu machine, again the commands are simple. To check out the network interface settings, what you will be doing is you will be executing ifconfig-a command there on your prompt. So let me just switch. Is my virtual machine visible?
Anjali ma'am, your PPTs are visible.
Okay, just a second. I hope now my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is what my Contiki operating system is. This is the Contiki operating system. I have not yet started with my Koja simulator, but just initially I wanted to check whether my machine has my machine is ready to have communication with the network. So as I said, basically you need to test with the basic commands to check. So I have opened terminal of my machine. See, when you see the terminal of this machine, that terminal is user instant Contiki this is $. So your command prompt is ready to accept commands. So now your system is ready to accept commands. So just you need to type whatever commands you want to check here on this command prompt. Again, I repeat, it is a Ubuntu operating system. So the way you give a command to Ubuntu operating system, similarly, you will give a command to this machine. So kindly check out what all network interface card configuration your machine has. So first type ifconfig, then go with netstart command to check port usage of your system. So hope everyone is doing it. If you have got output, kindly raise your hands. Yes, so Pranali madam is doing it with me. So see, this was my netstart command which got executed. It is giving me details of all the port numbers and the state this machine has. Now I'll not execute more commands regarding this because I know my machine is very well connected to net and I can start working on my machine. But for you all, you just execute ifconfig netstart route command and analyze what interface your machine has. I'm giving you 2 minutes time to complete. Those they are there with me, send message there in the chat box. I think very few are following. So let me proceed. Yeah, this is what the structure which you see. when you open your Quantiki operating system. Koja simulator. To run Koja simulator, you have to type a command and run. So it will run your Koja simulator. So see on the command prompt, this is the way how you type. Now I'll just introduce you simulator and then I'll move on to my virtual machine in order to show you demo part. So when you type it, it will open this window in front of you. Here you can start with your new simulation or you can open your existing simulation. This is what the window of your simulation is. If you see, this window is divided into 5 sections: network, simulation control, mode, output, and timeline. Mode is the word generally used in wireless sensor networks in order to identify a particular sensor. And as this operating system is more towards used for programming related to wireless sensor network, they have used the term mode. So what each sensor is producing output, that output you can see it very well here in this particular mode output section. In order to control your simulation, you have got this buttons: start button, pause, step, reload. So these are the functionality which you can assign to your simulation. And then the things those they are running at that particular moment. So the timeline that is getting displayed over here. If you want to note anything, this is just a message window which is given where you can enter the note. But majorly you require this network window, you require this, that is simulation control, you require this, that is the mode output. These are the 3 windows, they are contributing more. So I'll go and I'll start with one simple simulation now. So I'll stop this normal command prompt which is working over here. I'll give my machine to run the Koja simulator. So it's ANT Koja. Or on your Quantiki operating system, you have a symbol for Koja simulator. You can simply double click on it. It will start your Koja simulator. This is my Koja simulator. So it's a blank window at present because I haven't started any simulation. I'll go to simulation, then it has an option start, reload, control, etc. But first I need to open that simulation. So if you have any existing simulation, then you can open that existing simulation with this open simulation. The file gets extension that is .csc is the extension which you get for the file that is your simulation file, where you have added all the modes, where you have added your border router and everything. Then your entire network file, that is .csc. I don't want to open the existing simulation. I want to create my new simulation. So I'll create my new simulation. So as I have shown you, the 5 windows, those they are there: network window, run, that is your simulation control window, note window, then your output window, and your timeline window. These are the windows, those they are available. So I want to add few sensors for my simulation to test. Initially, what we will do is we will simply write a program to say hello world, because any programming language, when you start, the basic program which you start with is the hello world. So similarly here also, what our each and every sensor will do, our each and every sensor will just send one message, hello world. Okay, and sensor by default has a property that they keep on sending messages. So they will keep on sending messages. So I'm going to add mode. Yeah, here I wanted to show you one thing. When I add mode, then create new mode. See, these are different types of modes I can add. I'll add Z1 mode. I'll show you what exactly this mode is. Let me add that mode. And as I said, this Quantiki operating system has built-in examples for all the protocols, as well as your normal programs which you do. They are already available there. So I'll simply browse the program which is already available. So it is there available into your Quantiki. See, this is your main Quantiki folder. In Quantiki folder, in examples, these are the program those they have already constructed and they are available. Now, if you see, See here, the programs available for FTP protocol program is there. IPv6 is there. If I click on IPv6, the URL RPL is basically the concept which is used for your 6LoWPAN protocol. So the implementation of RPL collect, implementation of RPL UDP, simple UDP RPL. So all implementations, they are already available over here. Just a second, let me connect my charger. And that is why Quantity operating system is best for the research purpose, because whatever protocol we name, like our COAP protocol, MQTT protocol, their implementation is also available here into Quantity operating system. So let me show you things. See, if I go with the REST examples, the CC258, if I open this, see here the example available is UDP IPv6 eco server. So UDP to IPv6 eco server program is available over there. If I go and connect this is what your standard structure is. So inside user, you can check out folder, that is your Quantity operating system, Quantity 2.7. Then you have examples, you have different examples, those they are available there. We'll start with simple Hello World program. So I'll open this Hello World program. It's a C program. So programming which is there in the background for this Quantity operating system, it is in C programming language. And browse. I have done with the browse Quantity examples, Hello World, hello world.c. .c is the program which is the actual functionality that you can assign to a particular mode. When you have group of modes and you create a simulation, then that file get extension .csc. Compile this code. So it will run your code, and whatever is the output, it is getting displayed over here. Once compilation is done, I need to create a mode. Now I'll add 5 modes. I can put their positioning. At present, I'll add in Eclipse format, add modes. So these are 5 sensors, those they have added over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can change position of them. Now I'll show you, this is a mode tool for Z1. So we have added Z1 mode, you remember? So this is a mode information. When I click on it, so it gives me the exact what circuit that particular mode represents. So there is a mapping also available. You can check it out on the Quantity OS operating system, and whichever circuit suits you better, that particular mode you can select. But majorly we make use of Z1 mode and Sky mode. Those they are the circuits more close to whatever sensors we make use of in wireless sensor network. So now, as I said, my each and every mode is going to say hi. So hello world. So I need to start this particular simulation. Yes, Pranali madam, you have raised hand. Unmute yourself and ask me your question. Pranali madam. Is this?
Please unmute yourself.
I think it's by mistake. Okay, so let me start this. So I have started, and you can see the messages, those they have started coming along here. And as it's a Hello World program, see, Hello World process, that is what, and Hello World by Anjali. This is what message is getting displayed. Each and every mode, see, your IoT device is nothing but which has IP address, right? So your each and every mode is also going to have an address assigned to it. What all things we can view? We can view IP or RIM address of that particular mode. We can see whatever it displays. So printf statement. Then view, if you want to see the radio traffic, at present my modes are not going to communicate anything to each other. At present my modes are just simply saying hello. So it is like a standalone sensor, and that sensor is just saying hello. So there is no radio traffic which is getting generated. And you can see the ranges in which that particular mode can communicate. Green says that whoever comes in that green region is going to have a communication with that particular node. Whatever is there in the gray, there is no probability that the communication will take place because the range is not reaching over there. So if any mode which falls in the green region, then those two modes definitely can have a communication. And as it is a simulation which we are using, so even our COAP server, COAP client, or our MQTT publisher, broker, so this mode we are supposed to assign functionality to these modes. Like you act as a COAP server, you act as a COAP client. So for this 4, I can give a program. I will deploy program COAP server on this mode number 4. So my mode number 4 will act as a COAP server. Mode number 5, I'll deploy COAP client. So mode number 5 will act as my COAP client. So from where to get a program? Program is already available there in the examples directory. There you will attach a proper program to a proper mode, and that mode will start working on it. Now here the color coding is given. Your yellow color, cyan color, violet color. So it is based on which sensor it's which mode is sending information. So 5 modes, they got 5 different colors. Now I said that you can change the working of any protocol or any program which is already available. See, hello world.c program I did not write. It was already there, and I have done a modification that I added my name. So basically now I would like to show you that how to change a program so that you can add on your own functionality. So again, I'll go to my command prompt. Here I type ls in order to find out directory. Contiki OS, so we'll go with Contiki 2.7. So Contiki -2.7 cd Contiki 2.7. In this ls, I want to go with the directory examples. All programs, those they are already given with this operating system, they are there in examples. So I'll go to examples. Now, which program I want? See, these all are the program predefined, and those they are available. So there are many more. Few of them they are available in CC2530DK directory, and few of them are there in 38. So your COAP, your MQTT is available in 35838DK, and LED program it is available in 30. So as we were seeing, hello world. So I'll start with hello world, enter. Now my C program which I would like to edit, I want to find. So gedit is the editor which I'll use. So gedit. Hello world.c. So this editor has opened a program for me. See, this is a built-in program which is already available. It's a simple C program. It is very easy to understand. It is not something which is difficult. So for this, your Contiki operating system, it is a thread-based operating system. It has a multiple threads into it in order to improve the speed. So you could see that stdio.h hash include, then process hello world process, and the name, that title is passed, that is hello world process, auto start process. hello world. So automatically it is going to start this process, hello world process. Here is the name which is given, hello world. So what this process says, that process begin, just a printf statement. So printf statement and process end. So whenever I'll assign this program to my mode and my program will run, it will work in this manner. So let me now do one change into it. Hello world Anjali, let me add something. Some numbers I have added, and then we can save this program. Once we save this program, whatever changes we have done in this program, those they will be reflected there in your simulator. So I'll stop this simulation. I'll go with the new simulation again. So file, new simulation. I don't want to keep the existing simulation. So I have removed that simulation, create a new simulation. Next step is to go and add modes. So again, I'll add Z1 mode. Which program I would like to run? I would like to run examples hello world program. So let me select hello world.c, open it, compile it. Once compilation is done, create modes. You can give a positioning, whichever you want, add modes. To start, type here start. So it is going to run your program and it is going to show you whatever contents you have added. So this is the way how you update the file of your simulation. So this is the
How
way.
that, ma'am, how that area is shown of mode?
Yes. I'll
area.
show you. I'll show you.
Please show
I'll
us.
show you. Just a second. So this, when you click on this, these all are the modes. You can easily move them. And for each and every mode, you can have here view and radio environment. So with the radio environment, it will show you the ranges like the area covered by that particular mode, or the signal, those they can be grasped by that mode. Whatever it is getting displayed, that get displayed with this. One more thing is, if you want to know more about this particular thing, then you can just click on this mode and mode information. Then you can check out what is its CPU frequency, its interface, what exactly the hardware circuit is there within this mode. So see, we have just simply run a simple program, which is a hello world. We have seen how to update a C file. So that is what we have done. Now let us start with the one simple program again.
Which protocol is used here in communication?
Now here there is no protocol used, because here just every mode is saying hi. That message is not sent anywhere. Only it is getting displayed. Yet we haven't started any communication there.
Okay.
Once we will start communication between these modes, then we should use protocol over there.
Okay.
Now one more example I would like to go with. Pranali madam, hope you are there with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you save your program. There is a query, it is not visible. You save your program. It will get displayed over there. I forgot to save my program, and that is why it did not display me the contents which I have added. But save your program and then run your program again.
At the bottom, this window is for what purpose? At the bottom?
No, this is, see your main background it is. This is my main machine's background. This is my timeline. This is my timeline. It is just showing me how the time is passing.
Okay.
So I'll go with the simulation. New simulation we will create. I don't want to keep my simulation, so I have removed my simulation. We'll simply see LED blink program. So one more simple program we will see, and then we will go with the communication part. So add mode, create mode, Z1 mode. I can use Sky mode, I can use Z1 mode, anything. So again, I'll go to examples. Your LED blink program is here in 30. So hello world, see blink program is there. So blink program you will set. Quantity key examples 30. This is a C program which I will add. Compile. Create. Start. See, you could see the LEDs, those they are blinking on this particular all the modes. For some time it is keeping red, for some time it is keeping blue, for some time it is turning it to green. This program is just to blink LEDs, and that like alternate manner. They all are not doing it at the same, like the way the messages are getting displayed to that particular sensor, they are working on it. Now let me show you program for this and explain you program for this, so that later on whenever difficult programs will come, they will be easy to understand. So just observe this output, then we will go and analyze the program which is written behind this.
And the IDs are always like this only 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, yes, yes. It is
For
1,
all the
2, 4.
modes.
Yes, yes. It starts with
When
1.
we
So
are
that is
actually-
basically to stress out which particular mode is sending information.
Okay, means if we realize it in hardware, then also we'll have the same kind of IDs.
Yeah, but see again, this is what your simulation is. So if it works fine in the simulation, hardware part, totally new program you need to implement.
Okay, but there also, ma'am, the modes will have some IDs.
Yes, there also your
what-
modes will have IDs. You can predefine them.
Okay, okay. So just like MAC addresses and IP addresses are unique.
Yes, yes.
Similarly,
yes.
here also there is a uniqueness, or we can predefine as per our
No,
requirement.
if you see all of them, they get a unique MAC address as well,
Okay.
because they are connected to internet.
Yes, they are in wireless LAN also. No? Yes. Something CSMA was shown here.
Yes.
Output.
See here, you can see. Here in message transfer, you can see the things. And which one is blinking and which ID is sending that message and its state it is showing. So let me just switch on to my PPT, because here program will not be readable. So I'll show it in PPT what that program is. Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is what the simple program is, which is for LED blink. So again, the program is already written there. In case you want to do some changes, what all changes you can do, that I'll tell you. So see, again, it's a process thread. Name of that process is mentioned. Whenever you will start your simulation, it has to auto start a process, which is blink process. So it will come to a blink process, which is this thread. Then it has if you have a exit handler, then it has to go to exit. So what to do on exit? It has been written over here. That is, you have to switch off all the LEDs and do this, and then process end. Otherwise, your process begins. And what to do when process begins? Then this is a while loop which has been mentioned. In this, see, e-timer set. It sets some timer on the clock for few seconds. Then your process wait events until this timer expires. So it has to wait till that timer expires. And then LED on. Which LED to on? Here it has been specified that all LEDs to be switched on. So after this timer is getting over, it will switch on all the LEDs. Then again, it is setting a timer, and it will wait for that timer to get over. Then what to do? Switch off all LEDs. So now what we have done is, for each and every sensor, we have loaded this C program. For each and every mode, we have loaded this C program. So as soon as I start a simulation, we had 4 LEDs there which we had displayed. So all those 4 LEDs, they are having this C program, same C program here, same C program here, same C program here, same C program here. They all will start executing this program. They all will set a timer. They all will wait for the timer to expire. They all will set all their LEDs on. So all LEDs, they will be on. Then again, they will go down. They will wait for some time. They will set a timer, and they will wait for the timer, and then they will switch off all the LEDs. This is what the process followed by all these LEDs. So these are the things which we have already discussed with it. Process begin, process end, process exit handler has to be there. Process thread, it has name, which event. As I already said, Contiki operating system is an event-based operating system, so that event has to be passed over there. So it will work with the event. So now if you want to change, instead of all LEDs, if you want only green color LEDs to lit, then you can specify it as LEDs underscore green. So instead of here, so putting LEDs all to set it to green, you can make just only LEDs green, LEDs yellow. So it will set only that particular particular color to lit. All other LEDs, they will not lit. So for example, if you want to construct a IoT based traffic system, and you need to control your signals, your green, red and orange, so definitely this kind of display you can have. And again, your traffic system, they have a fixed duration, right? After fixed duration, it's get changed. So this is what you can internally use if you want to simulate your traffic control system. Then one more thing I will show you, that these are the examples. See, this event timer, callback timer and simple timer. What we have used there in this LED program is our event timer, because we wanted that event there was to count a particular tick. And if that clock time expires, then it has to start and it has to reset. So we had used that as e-timer expire, which is an event timer. You can have a callback timer or you can have a simple timer. So that is what different timers, those they can be used. So the same program that is rewritten with your e-time, and it is going to set, and it is going to set all LEDs on. Once timer is expired, all LEDs off. So this is what program we have seen. If you want to try, you can try just setting all the green color LEDs. So I'll wait for a minute. Those they are trying, you can try just to set green color LEDs on. Then we will go for the protocol part. Once you are done, send a message there in the chat box. Pranali madam.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'll wait for you.
Done, ma'am.
Done. So only green color it is displaying.
Yes.
You can see the particular LED status. Just so this was the LED program. So till now we haven't started with any kind of communication. We have just done a standalone program in which we have seen how the hello world, each and every mode is just saying hello. Second thing is we have seen that is LED display, I have given you application where you can use this LED display. Even though they are not communicating, but this is the thing which you can use. In future, we can add on the functionality to it to enhance it to act as a smart traffic control system. So let me go again to start with the protocol part. So let me share my screen. So is my screen visible?
No, ma'am. Not visible, ma'am.
Let me share.
Now it is visible, ma'am.
Yeah, so the protocol part will start in this Koja simulator. So yeah, now you know how to attach a C program to your moat, how to create a simulation in Koja simulator. And one important thing you know is how to change a code. So simply open your C program in a gedit, any editor you can use. I have used gedit. Whatever functionality you want to change, we had just updated a LED display message. But in future, whatever change you want to do, that change you can add on encryption function, decryption function. Definitely you can add on, save your program and attach it to your moat and run it. So it will take that functionality. So which all protocols, those they are there in IoT. So in the morning session, we have seen the protocol, those they are there in IoT. But in Contiki OS, which all are the protocol, those they are implemented. So majorly IoT works on 6LoWPAN protocol. As you all know, 6 stands for IPv6 and full form of LoWPAN is low power wireless personal area network. And it helps you to adopt your IPv6 scheme over your IEEE 802 15.4 links so that your IoT devices can communicate with each other easily. And this particular protocol operates with 2.4 gigahertz frequency range with the data transmission rate of 250 kbps. Next protocol implementation which is available, it is MQTT protocol. The implementation of MQTT is also available over here. Then COAP protocol implementation is also available, and this COAP protocol implementation is a REST-based protocol implementation. And then your 6LoWPAN, basically when your 6LoWPAN works, it works with the RPL facility. So the RPL protocol implementation is also available over there. So let us see one simple program in Koja simulator, how your UDP broadcast will work. So I'll just show you a broadcast mechanism that your sensors, all they are just broadcasting a message. That is what we will do. My screen is visible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll do simple UDP broadcast now. Let me close my all small windows. So Koja simulator, I'll start. Simulation. So my new simulation it is. Create. I have to add modes. This time I'll add sky mode. What functionality I would like to give to this mode? So I want a UDP broadcast. As you all know, the working of UDP broadcast, so I need not to explain what is the working of this UDP broadcast. So I'll simply go and pick up my UDP broadcast. It is there in examples. It is there in IPv6. In IPv6, you have simple UDP RPL, simple UDP RPL. There you have a broadcast example.c. So just pick up this broadcast example.c, compile. Compilation is done. So now I'll create a mode. I'll create 4 modes. I want them to position linear position, add those modes. So it had added the modes, those they are there. These modes, they have been added. I'll start. So now my modes, they have started. Every mode has a responsibility like to broadcast a message. So they are going to broadcast some messages. Now let us see how it is working. So I'll add like what is the, see, in earlier programs when we had there were no communication, it was giving us simply the numbers 1 2 3 4. But now as we have started with the protocols, so definitely when we add a protocol, that time only we can start communication between 2 nodes. So as soon as we have added protocol part into it, that is UDP broadcast protocol part into it, you can see the change which has been given here. So now this is something, a MAC address, your IP, your unique identification number for this particular node is going to have. So that is your IP RIM or RIM, it is called, because the mu IP stack is used here. Print, what it is showing. See, when I put a print, it is just giving a message, what message that particular mode is broadcasting. So now this mode has broadcasted this message, this mode has broadcasted this message. Let me close. See, sending broadcast, on which port number it is sending broadcast, everything is getting displayed over there. Now I'll go to its radio environment, and I want to see the radio traffic which is getting displayed. So this is the radio traffic which is getting displayed. This is the radio traffic which is getting displayed. So as it is a UDP broadcast, as it is
Excuse
a,
me, ma'am.
yes.
Yeah, ma'am, actually that data, the way you are able to see on the graph itself, I'm not able to see it like that. So what is it that I have not selected in view?
Just a second, I was not able to hear you properly. Can you repeat?
Yeah, actually the way you are able to see the packets being transmitted or the data changing on that graph, I'm not able to see it like that. I'm able to see a green colored graph.
Okay, click on view.
Yeah.
Then in view, you just click on the message like printf.
Yeah, that I've done.
Still you are not able to see?
No, ma'am, no.
Have you started your simulation properly?
Yes, ma'am, I'm able to see that sending broadcast.
Just see your radio traffic and radio environment.
Radio traffic also I'm able to see.
You are able to see, only printf you are not able to see.
Yes, ma'am.
So might be that program is missing that printf statement.
Okay, I'll check.
C program. Your C program might be missing a printf statement, because unless and until your C program has a printf statement, it will not print this message.
I'll check, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what the message is, and it's a broadcast. So you can see the mode number 4 is sending a message which is getting transferred to all 3 other modes. Mode number 1, when it is sending a message, it is getting transferred to all modes. It is simple UDP broadcast. Any doubt in this? May I know how many of you are doing it with me? Pranali madam is doing it with me, but what about others? Today at least you should get a start for using this Koja simulator. This Koja simulator has a like lot of power. You can explore it easily. See, I have removed that green and gray color so that you can see. Now I'm moving this particular mode. Now this particular mode is not able to receive any message from these modes. Can you tell me what must be the reason?
Out of range?
Yes, it has gone out of range. So that is what I wanted to demonstrate. So let me show you. See, these three, they are in the green circle. So as they are in the green circle, they are able to communicate. And this one is outside. So this is not able to receive any signal from this particular the green range of this, neither this nor this. So none of them, they are in the green range. So they are not able to have a communication. And if you want to increase or decrease your ranges, here you can change your transmission ranges. So change transmission range is the option available over here. You can change. So now my range is 50 meter and 100 meter, but I can change those ranges. I can increase them, I can decrease them, and I can test whether my simulation is working properly or not. Any doubt with this UDP broadcast? Okay, Sameer sir is also doing, Pranali madam is also doing, and both of them, they are with me. They have got all the outputs, whatever I'm displaying, isn't it? Yeah, I'm happy.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me stop this now. We have done with it. Again, in this broadcast, if you want to do any changes, if you want to change your broadcast message, then you should go to a C program. That C program is located where? Which directory has the C program for this UDP broadcast?
Yeah, IPv6 and broadcast,
Yes.
simple broadcast.
Yes, IPv6, simple UDP, RPL, and broadcast example.c. So if you see the directory structure, in that you can clearly see this UDP protocol, which belongs to IPv6, and what we are doing, it's simple UDP thing which we are doing. Now, one more thing I would like to demonstrate over here. I'll take this one little bit this side. Okay, now what a change you can see.
Two is able to broadcast with only 4.
Okay. This will shift it little bit. So, yeah, let me see ranges. Yeah, now what is your observation?
Madam, 4 is in the range of only 2.
Yes, 4 is in the range of 2.
As well as 1 and 3.
Yes. So your but see, the communication is taking place. 2, if anyhow 2 wants to communicate. 2, 1 and 3.
Yes.
It can communicate through
4.
4. It can communicate through 4. And that is what the beauty of your RPL is. RPL basically stands for IPv6 routing protocol for your lossless networks, so low power consumption networks. So what the beauty that protocol has is, even though this 1 and 3 is not in the range of this 2, but in case if this 2 wants to communicate with 1 and 3, then 2 can communicate via 4, because your 4 is in the range of 2 and this 4 is the only in the range of 1 and 3. So the message can be transferred from 2 to 4 and 4 to 1 and 3. Basically what it does is, that term called here is the nearest neighbor search. whichever is the nearest neighbor and to which neighbor this particular mode can connect, it definitely connects to that particular mode, and then that mode carry forwards the information to other. Because in IoT, what happens is, in order to reduce the power consumption, what one functionality this sensors has is like, or your Arduino, the devices, though IoT devices, those they are working, what functionality do they have is they can sleep for some time, so that say they can save their energy. So like this 2, and let us say one more 5 is here, and your 2 is connected to 4 and 5, but 5 is sleeping for some time. Then in that case, 2 will search out the nearest neighbor which is reachable. The nearest neighbor which is reachable is the 4. So as nearest neighbor reachable is 4, it will communicate from 4 via 4 to 1 and 3. That is why, if you remember, the name which we had selected, it was simple UDP RPL. So it is just a broadcast program, but it is not, the pure functionality of it is followed with RPL. That is the nearest neighbor search, whichever is the nearest neighbor who is alive, through whom the communication can be done with the rest of the network. The mode searches for that nearest neighbor, and then communication is getting established so that your network never fails. Whatever data is generated by the sensor, it gets reached to a destination. Any doubt in this?
No,
No,
ma'am.
ma'am.
So now, see, basically now you got a hang of how to deploy modes, how to attach functionality to that mode. If in case you want to change anything, how to update your program and do the changes. And the second thing is the major, that is the beauty of this RPL, which is to see the nearest neighbor search and go for the communication. So let us go for the next example, but it's already 2:30. So we are running late. So what I'll do is, I already have screenshots with me. I'll play those screenshots and I'll explain you. So those they are following me, at least they will be able to explore all the things later on. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So this simple UDP broadcast we have done. With RPL also I have done, I have shown you because I have clubbed that program. So we directly did with the simple UDP RPL, in which I have shown you functionality of UDP broadcast and then plus how the RPL section works. So now, yeah, when you talk about this RPL, as I said, it does the nearest neighbor discovery and it works it. So this is what generally you have is your personalized low constrained or your constrained network. And this constrained network can communicate with your border router, and your border router can communicate with your external network. So this constrained network, it is definitely your RPL. So it will find out the way. So see, this particular mode will not definitely be in the range of this mode to communicate, but this can communicate via this, via this, via this, but that information can ultimately reach to a border router. That is what the beauty of this RPL is, which we have just seen how exactly it works. So that only now I want to tell you how to add this border router there. So adding this mode and assigning them functionality of simple UDP RPL, it is known to you. Now only to add functionality of border router, what to do. So I'll just tell you steps so that you can follow those steps. So see, you are going to add the modes. Definitely you will be adding like mode like Sky mode or Z1 mode. Those they are there, which we can like have near to all our wireless sensor networks. So add a Sky mode. Then you should browse for a file that is Contiki 2.7 example IPv6 RPL border router. So RPL border router functionality, what your border router should do, it is already defined in this particular program. So one of your mode, you will assign this functionality. See, so create only one mode of this type, and you will again create 3 to 4 modes, and you should search for a file UDP server.c. So you will have your border router, and you will have your 324 UDP server, and then start running your program. When you start running your program, this kind of output which you will be able to see. But when you say it is a particularly it is a server, then you should know the socket. Basically it is a socket programming, so you should know which port it is listening and all. So the complete information, again right click on that particular mode and see the complete information which is available for that particular server, whether it is in the listening state. Unless and until your mode is in the listening state, your mode will not be able to perform functionality. So make sure that it is there in the listening state. When you will assign these two programs, definitely they will be in the listening state. And then you can start your UDP server, and then your UDP server will start communicating amongst themselves. And if you want them to communicate with the border router, see your border router, you should run that border router. So you should go to a border router program, make connect router koja. So your border router will start working. So just take a screenshot of this command. So simply you will start with your simulation. You will give functionality of border router to one mode, and 3 to 4 modes, they will be UDP server. Once you start your simulation, your UDP server will start communicating with each other. Their functionality is just to broadcast the messages. But in order to take your border router in a loop, your border router should be activated explicitly. So you will go to your command prompt and type a command that is to make connection router koja. So when you type make connection router koja, it will assign your RPL border router to the communication will get established between RPL border router and your UDP server, those you have deployed there on the mode. And see, on a browser also you will be able to see the things. So who all are the neighbors and what route they are following. So simply open a browser and type the MAC address which is given for that particular mode. Definitely it will show you this information. Then the IPv6 protocol, so which is a very important protocol for IoT devices. IPv6, it stands for 6LoWPAN, it stands for IPv6 low power personal area network. Generally what happens is whatever is your IoT network that is connected in the terms of 6LoWPAN, and then you have a border router, and border router to cloud, it will be with IPv6. So again, the simple example I'll show here. So here it is a MicaZ modes, those they have been added. And the program given to this MicaZ is blinkhello.c. So blinkhello.c program is assigned to MicaZ nodes. Yes. And now I want to check out the 6LoWPAN packets. See, generally when we work with the network, we make use of Wireshark in order to trace out different packets or to analyze different packets. Though definitely it is a need. Whenever any networking related research you do, you require to analyze the packet, you require to analyze the route which is followed, etc. So similarly here also in IoT, you will require that analyzer. So that analyzer is present. So when you create a simulation, radio messages, you will get one window. There you can find this no analyzer, 6LoWPAN analyzer, and 6LoWPAN analyzer with PCAP. So PCAP you know very well, because we with Wireshark also we make use of PCAP. So there, click on it, it will start analyzing your 6LoWPAN packets. At present, we don't have any packets, so it had displayed no 6LoWPAN packets. So next one is like we can add RPL UDP client server. So we can have 2 UDP clients and we can have 5 UDP servers. Again, you know the location. It is IPv6, RPL UDP, UDP client. So I have added UDP clients. And when you start your simulation part, and in this radio messages, you will be getting your IPv6 LoWPAN packets. So this packets very well you can analyze. Earlier, this section was blank because we did not have any kind of communication. We had simply a blink program. Now, one more thing which we require when we do research with this mode, like we need to collect a view. We need to know what each and every mode is doing, how much is the power consumption of each and every mode, then what are the different nodes there, what are the different sensors there. So your Quantiki examples, IPv6 RPL collect is one example in which you will get this kind of a graph. This graph will give you in-depth information about each and every mode. Like ultimately it is what is the data, sensor data collected by Quantiki for that particular mode. So that information will be displayed in the terms of graph. So when you are proposing your new protocol and when you are running your new protocol, basically you need to analyze the power consumption which is done, what is the radio duty cycle that particular mode is having, what all are the node controls are there. So all those informations you can just see different tabs over here. It's network graph, how that graph is changing. So basically the collect view program you need to attach to your mode and see whatever sensor data is collected with the Quantiki OS. You can make a graph out of it. So the normal program running and your proposed program running on both when you are running both the programs on both the modes, you run a collect view, collect the information. When normal program is running, what is the power consumption? And when your proposed program is running, what is the power consumption? So that way you can do comparison part. So this is kind of a sensor map, it's displayed. This is the node info it displays. Then as we have seen COAP, so COAP protocol, definitely you can access it through browser. So even though whatever examples we have seen now in our Koja simulator, they all were the terminal base. We were typing commands there in our command prompt, but COAP is the protocol which you can access through browser for this. So you can simply type, see here, COAP followed by the MAC address of that particular mode, on which port it is, what is its name, and which exact resource you want to access. Once you type it in the browser, it will give you complete information about that particular button. In fact, from here, you can control that button as well. So get method is there, post method is there. Those, they will help you in assigning functionality to it. Now, this is like we have seen, just again, I say it will take a long time if we go for the in-depth working of this Quantiki, but I wanted to give you flavor how to use this Quantiki Koja simulator in order to do research. So the required parameters I have shown you. Now, once your program is ready there in the Koja simulator and that program you want to upload on your mode, then what things you should follow. So you just need to type one command over there, and that command is make target Z1 hello world, make target Z1 save. So see, this is what when you compile your Quantiki, you get this information there. So you might have noticed that when we have compiled a C program which got attached to a mode, it was giving us this two informations. But in case when we want to upload it onto a hardware, then we need to write a command make hello world dot upload. In that case, your hardware device must be connected to your system. So whatever hardware device you have connected to your system, it will upload the program on that particular mode. So the Z1 mode program, so earlier when we compiled, we had it, see, target Z1 hello 1, make target Z1 save target, and then make hello world dot upload. This is going to upload your program. So make Z1 reset Z1 upload. At present it will not upload because there is no, if there is no device connected, this will be the error message which is shown. In case you have a mode connected, so hardware device connected, then it will make a login. You should press a reset button on the mode and this information will be displayed on the mode. So this is what information will be displayed on your hardware device. So simple one command, that is this make hello world.upload will push your program from Contiki operating system to your hardware device. Then one more thing I would like to show you is, I have used this Koja simulator. What I have done is in 6LoWPAN protocol, I found that the data is never get encrypted when data is getting transferred. So I wanted to propose one encryption algorithm and encrypt that data and then getting transferred on the network, and at receiving side it should get decrypted. Plus what I wanted is when this information is getting transferred, only authentic nodes, the nodes, those they are the authentic nodes, those they only should send the information. So let us say why I thought is this, because as you have seen in RPL, what we found is even though one node is not in the range of the other node, it takes help of a middle node, and via this node it starts sending information. Basically, in order to have a lossless communication, this was the facility provided. But attacker can take a disadvantage of this scenario. Any random node can come into your network and start sending messages into your network. Let us say that you have a network of 5 sensors installed on patient's body, and one randomly a node coming in, and that node is overloading this particular the traffic which is generated by this particular network. Now you can think about the patient body parameters is such a precious data. It should get transferred on time so that appropriate decision can be taken. But the node which is coming in randomly and just flooding that network is not making any sense, right? So what I wanted is I wanted to check the node which is coming in picture, that node is also authentic node. So there should be some kind of authentication. So like one random number to be used by all, and it can be kind of a OTP, and once any node wants to start communication, should first give that OTP and then should start. So that is what was my proposal. So by that mean it will reduce like unauthenticate users. They will not come into a network, they will not start using the network. But adding this OTP kind of a thing, like one number, all the mode should share that number first and then start the communication, and whatever number is shared by that mode, everyone should first validate it. If it is right, then only the communication should be established. Or whatever data has been generated by temperature sensor, it should not flow in a plain text format, it should be encrypted and it should be transferred. So these two proposals, when I wanted to integrate it, so what I did is I did a one like simulation kind of this, where I had cluster 1, cluster 2, cluster 3, and I had various sensor devices and a RFID server, so that all these sensor devices, they can authenticate themselves to this RFID server, and then RFID server can communicate with your border router, and border router with the help of COAP can connect to a internet. So basically I need to update a program somewhere here, which is on my border router. Then I need to update a program, this sensors, when they are sensing the information and transferring it to a border router, here encryption has to be done. Then that encrypted data to get transferred, when it reaches to a destination, decryption has been done. And when each and every sensor is transferring data, it should first validate itself with this RFID server, and then it should start running a program. So I simulated that. So this is one screenshot of my payload when it was running there. So what RFID will send information, what the BP sensors calculations, and etc. So the simulation was done something like this in Koja simulator. The proposed program was deployed on all these nodes. This was the RFID server, and then the communication was taking place, and just it was to check the encryption part is working fine. Second, all the modes, those they are there, they are first getting authenticated themselves and then sending information. That is what has been done over there. So you can see if it is insecure one, the RFID tag received, which is not the authentic one, then it will give like you are the unauthorized device for sending this data. The protocol which was set to authenticate was the challenge response. So it will give a message like challenge response failed. If challenge response is successful, then it will give you a secure environment that successful data transmission has been done. So these are the few screenshot of it. So hope this will help you when you will go for your research work. So any like doubt or anything you would like me to answer regarding Koja simulator, you can ask. Apart from this also, if you have any doubt, you can anytime put forth doubt. Definitely will be able to answer those queries, because this 2 hours is a short time span and there are many more things to discover. But at least to get a start with, that is what the idea is. Yes, anyone has any doubt?
Pranali ma'am, unmute yourself.
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible?
You can ask. Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, actually, thank you very much, ma'am. This entire simulation and the explanation was very nice. I'm using Kuja for the first time, and I'll be teaching IoT this time, so it was very useful to me. One thing I wanted to ask is in this Kuja simulator where we had the networks, and then you were talking about the corner nodes. Basically border nodes, basically, where they would be the ones who would be transferring the data from the different networks which are not reachable to the server directly.
Yes.
What if I have an ad hoc network, and depending on the central node, I want to make it as a corner node? Then what
so madam, the program which you will deploy on that mode, specify your specifications properly in that C program. So your mode will start behaving like that. If you make it as a border router, it has to behave like a border router. If you make it as a UDP server, it has to behave like a UDP server.
No,
so
but
assign
once
a
configured,
functionality.
it cannot be changed.
No, once you have assigned, it cannot be changed.
Okay, but then I can have ad hoc assignments like this?
Yes,
or no?
yes, you can. See that this is an open source tool, and as this is an open source tool, that is what the major advantage which we have. We can change anything and everything, whatever we want.
Okay.
I'll just go there. But once you assign the functionality there to your mode, you can't.
Okay.
Before assigning functionality, you can do the changes, whatever you want.
Okay, fine, ma'am. Thank you.
I'll show you here. If you can see this Contiki 0.7. See your Contiki operating system, entire operating system is available in this folder. Once you go to examples, these all are the examples, those they are pre-written for you. So whatever you protocol you name, you will get it. Your MQTT is available there with this CC2538. Then your COAP is also available, that is with your REST protocol. So this example REST has those. You can open all these things. You can change whatever program you want, save your program properly. So this REST examples, if you go see your COAP client, your COAP server, COAP client server, all files are already available. It's a REST based server. Just whatever functionality you would like, you can open all these programs and you can check the functionality. So just open it with gedit or some editor, then only it will allow you to edit, and then give a proper functionality, whatever you require.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, any other doubt? So let me
Any other question from the participants?
So whatever things we have discussed since morning, the morning half was about the communication part into IoT. Second half was how to make use of Koja. I know that I could not cover it in depth, but at least I know I have given you a flavor how to make use of it, and now you are getting that confident so that you can use it. But if we talk about the research in IoT technologies, then this is what the particular mind map which has been plotted over here. So it can be in the perception layer. It can be perception, that is your sensors. So when you talk about perception layer, these all are the options, those they are there. It can be in pre-processing part. It can be in communication, that is your networking part. There it is a major area which is available. Next portion available for research in IoT, that is in the middleware part. That middleware, which is like service oriented, event based, semantic based, data oriented, application specific. And the last but not the least, that is the application part. And here digital twinning is now, which is taking over. And in application part, everywhere in all applications, there is a scope to do research related to IoT. So this is what I would like to conclude this session with. There is a scope, there is a requirement to carry out research in IoT. Koja is going to be a best tool in case you want to do any kind of a research in IoT. Whatever are your protocol proposals, whatever are your new ideas in order to secure IoT, update your C program there in Koja Simulator. Check out, see the collective view of each and every mode when you are updating it. That view will give you a clear-cut idea about what is the data transmission rate, what is the power consumption. So definitely you can like give a comparative study, or you can bet how your protocol is better than the others. So that graph can be drawn very well by taking different parameters, those they are available there in collective view. One more thing I have shown you, like how to trace a packet there in Koja Simulator. That is also one of the important aspect. So just start with the 6LoWPAN, and in analyzer, set it as a packet analyzer. Check out all the packets so that you can literally see the contents of the packets, those they are moving here and there.
Ma'am, here's one question in the chat box.
Yes.
Can we include our own .c file for simulation, or we can just edit in the existing one?
You can include your own, but make sure that you follow that syntax properly. First is hash include, then defining the process name, passing 3 parameters to it, and auto start from which process you want to auto start. Those things has to be followed properly. Any other doubt?
Any of the participants would like to ask any of the questions? Okay. So on behalf of APISHA Institute of Technology, I would like to express our gratitude to our speaker, Dr. Anjali Yovle, for giving us her precious time and immense knowledge with us. It was indeed a very interesting and enlightening session. Thank you, ma'am. Participants, this is an announcement for you. We will now have a short tea break and will resume back in 15 minutes. A gentle reminder to all the participants to please fill the attendance cum feedback form. The link is already shared in the chat box, and the link will be active for the next 1 hour. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you everyone for patience listening.
Thank you, ma'am. I once again welcome back you all. After having such wonderful sessions, we are now approaching towards the last session of our today's FDP organized by AP Shah Institute of Technology. I would now take the opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Professor Mahesh Pavaskar. Professor Mahesh Pavaskar is currently serving as an assistant professor in Electronics and Telecommunication Department in AP Shah Institute of Technology, Thane. He has completed his post-graduation in electronics engineering from Mumbai University and currently pursuing his doctorate in video compression. He has published multiple papers in international conferences and reputed journals like IEEE. He is a microchip certified educator trainer and conducted number of workshops on Arduino, Raspberry Pi, microcontrollers, and IoT. He is into syllabus revision and also trainer for FDPs, workshops, and project-based learning. He guides multiple projects on robotics and has participated in various national competitions organized by eYantra. His areas of interest are embedded system, image and video compression. In today's session, Sir is going to demonstrate on communication interface. Over to you, Sir.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am going to demonstrate communication interface between two or more than two devices. For communicating two devices or more than two devices, I am going to use wireless devices, that is NRF2401 plus and Zigbee devices. And along with that, I have to use a microcontroller. Right now, I am using Arduino Nano boards, and I'm going to use IDE, that is a Arduino IDE. Okay. So what exactly I'm going to do, I will show you first, and then I will start the demonstration. In that, I'm going to show different nodes. I will be having 4 different nodes, and out of them, there are 3 sensor nodes, and one of them will be a sync node. I will show the structure with the help of PPT. So first one, when I'm talking about IoT, that time very first thing come into our mind is that there will be a certain amount of data, and that data we need to transfer from sensor to the server. And during that, there are number of things we have to consider. Today, I am going to, this section, this entire thing is divided in 2 parts. In my session, I am going to collect the data from different sensors, and it will be accumulated at the sync node. And tomorrow at the evening, there will be one session. In that, Professor Selvin Furtado will demonstrate how to transfer the data from sync node to the server. That time he will guide you how to collect the how to transfer the data from sync node to a gateway and from gateway to the server. So in my demonstration, I am going to have different sensors, which and along with that, there are different microcontrollers. So I will say it is a sensor node, and that sensor node data will be transferred to the sync node. So data will be collected from 3 different sensor nodes, and that data will be sent to the sync node without using wire communication. Here, wireless communications will be used. For doing wireless communication, NRF24L01 plus wireless communication radio transceivers are used. I'm using one more device, that is a wireless device, that is a Zigbee device, Zigbee S2C. So Zigbee protocol we have to learn. Then as a sensor, I'm going to use 3 different sensors. First one is a DHT11, which can sense the temperature and humidity of the surrounding environment. Second sensor is a DS18B20. Again, it will measure the temperature. It is having a little bit higher range, more range I can say. And third one is a dual magnetic sensor switch. The name is a MC38. So these three different sensors I am going to use in my demonstration. Now, what exactly I am going to implement? First one is a node 1, which is consist of DHT11, Arduino Nano, and wireless device NRF24L01. Second node, it is a second sensor node, which is consist of DS18B20, then Arduino Nano, and an NRF2L, NRF24L01 plus. And third one is a consist of dual magnetic switch MC38, Arduino Nano, and Zigbee S2C device. So at the sync side, so I will refer this one as a node 0 because while programming, I have to give particular address to each node. So here I am going to use a terminology node 0 for the sync node. All three sensor devices are going to send the data to the sync node. Tomorrow, Professor Selvin will guide you how to take the data from sync node to the server. Now today, in today's demonstration, I will be collecting the data from three different sensors, and I will be showing how the data is collected at the node 0 or sync node. Now let's talk about node 1, which is consist of DHT11, Arduino Nano, and NRF24L01. Here sensor is a DHT11 sensor. We will see first what are the specifications of the DHT11. The operating voltage of DHT11 is from 3.5 volt to 5.5 volt. So means what? I can, if my microcontroller is supporting, if my microcontroller is working on 5 volt, I can use it. Then it is providing the data. The data is actually a humidity of the surrounding environment and temperature of the surrounding environment. It is a digital IC, a digital sensor. Means what? It is sending the data in a digital form, not in analog form. And for sending the data, it is using one wire protocol. So we can directly connect to the microcontroller, or we can directly interface with the microcontroller. A microcontroller can read the information which is coming from the sensor. So we do not have to take the help of ADC here. The range of humidity is from 20 to 90%. Then temperature range is from 0 degrees centigrade to 50 degrees centigrade. And then there is a resistive humidity measurement component for measuring the humidity of the surrounding environment. And there is a one NTC type of sensor, that is a negative temperature coefficient. Temperature sensor is there, and that data is collected, and that data will be converted into the digital form, and then it will be transferred to the microcontroller, or we can read it by using microcontroller. The accuracy of this one is a plus minus 1 degree centigrade or plus minus 1%. Now we have to think how this data will be read from the sensor, and for that there is actually one frame. With the help of frame, it is providing the data to the microcontroller. So suppose at this stage, suppose let's say this is my microcontroller, and suppose there is a DHT11, let's say sensor. So we have to provide some power supply to this sensor, that is a, let's say 5 volt, and we have to give ground, and with there is a data pin which is available to the sensor. So let's say D0 is the pin. So microcontroller can read the information from the sensor, and for that purpose it is using a particular frame format. So how this frame format is what is the structure of the frame format, I will tell you. Very first thing, microcontroller has to send a request to the DHT11. So in the response, this sensor will give one response, and after that it will be sending 5 bytes of data. It will be sending 5 bytes of data. Now how these 5 bytes are distributed, that I will tell you. So very first 2 bytes are for humidity. So very first 2 bytes are humidity. After that, next 2 bytes are giving the information about temperature, and last byte is about checksum, so that you can correct whether whatever data you have received is correct or not. So again, Suppose I am saying there is a data of 2 bytes, which is of humidity, Again, these 2 bytes are divided in 2 parts. The very first part is about integer part, and second byte is about fractional part. That means what? Suppose my humidity is a 23.58%. So out of them, first byte will they have information about this 23, and second byte will be having the information about 58. So same goes for next 2 bytes, that is a byte number 3rd and a byte number 4th. But here data will be of temperature. And after that, 1 byte is reserved for the checksum, so that you can check whether there is any error or not. So this is how data will be sent from DHT11 to the microcontroller. Once the data is over, that means what? All the 5 bits have been sent. Then at the end, DHT11 will pull this line low, so that microcontroller can understand that there is an end of the frame. So this is I can say this is a one frame format. First one is a request, which is coming from microcontroller to DHT11. So DHT11 will give the response, and after that it will be sending 5 different bytes of data, and then at the end there will be a end of the frame. So this is the structure of the entire frame when DHT11 is giving data to the microcontroller. Now we have to think about timing diagram, because here it is not like I2C or not as like SPI protocol. In I2C or SPI protocol, clock is used. So at the positive edge or at the negative edge, data need to be sampled. But here clock concept is not applicable. So when I'm talking about information, that time we have to concentrate on the timing. So one by one I will show the timing of each pulse. Here first timing is about start pulse. Here microcontroller will send the information to the DHT11. So in that pulse, the microcontroller has to keep that particular signal low for 18 microseconds. So DHT11 will read that information as that the particular pin, that is a D0 pin, is a low for 18 milliseconds. That information will be read by DHT11, and DHT11 will give one response. How? Again, DHT11 will pull down this pin for 54 microseconds. 54 microseconds, so that microcontroller can understand the DHT11 has got the request. So after that, a DHT11 is going to send the data. Data may be in the data is in the form of binary. So either there will be a 0 or there will be a 1. So when DHT11 is sending logic 0, that time DHT11 will keep the pin low for 54 microseconds, and then it will pull up the pin for 24 microseconds. Now timing is very important. When it is sending logic 0, when DHT11 is sending logic 0, that time it will keep the signal high for only 24 microseconds, and microcontroller has to read this timing, and depending upon that, microcontroller will interpret what signal is given, whether logic 1 is given or logic 0 is given. So now after that, how DHT11 will send logic 1 signal. When DHT11 is sending logic 1, again at that time also, it will pull down the pin for 54 microseconds, and afterward it will keep logic high signal on the pin for 70 microseconds, so that microcontroller can understand as data as for 70 microseconds the pin was high, that means logic 1 is there. So microcontroller can correctly interpret the data with the help of timing. This is about logic 0 and logic 1 read by microcontroller. after completing the data, means after completing the 5 bytes of the data, at the end, DHT11 will again pull down the pin for 54 microseconds. So in this way, microcontroller will read the information from the DHT11, or I can say DHT11 is sending data to the microcontroller with the help of single pin, that is a D0 pin. And this is how I'm going to interface DHT11 with a microcontroller. This is a DHT11 sensor, and there is a VCC pin where I'm going to connect 5 volt. Here there is a ground pin. Second pin is a no connection pin, and third pin is a D0 pin or D pin. So I'm going to collect this D0 pin to the microcontroller. My microcontroller is a Arduino Nano. At Arduino Nano, there is a pin 4. I'm going to connect DHT11. Now actually I will switch to the Arduino IDE, but before that I would like to mention one thing. Whatever things I have mentioned about timing diagram, that need to be implemented into the program. That is actually requirement. But thing is that I am going to use a ready-made library which is easily available onto the internet. So if I am using the library, then I do not have to take care about this timing. Automatically this library is a design in such a way that it will easily interpret which is the start pulse, which is the response pulse, which is the logic 0, which is the logic 1, and where is the end of the frame. So if I'm using library, then I do not have to take care about this timing. But we must know how this data will be sent from DHT11 to the Arduino Nano or any microcontroller. So now I will open Arduino IDE. So once again, I will share my screen with you. Before that,
Sir, your screen is not
yes,
visible.
yes. I am opening the IDE. Now is it visible? Arduino
Yes,
IDE.
sir, it's visible. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me once again share the screen. I will share the entire desktop. Okay, this is my Arduino IDE. Yesterday in one of the session already one of the experts have talked about Arduino IDE. Now what I will do, I'm going to start from the scratch. Already I have installed the library. How to install library? That is, I will tell you. So go to the sketch, then go to the include library. Then you can click on manage library. There are so many libraries are available. You can select any one of them. Already I have installed one of the library. So here you have to type your required component for which you want a library. So there are multiple libraries are available. Already I have installed. That's why I will not install once again. So now I will come to the directly IDE. Before that, I will show how I have connected my sensor with DHT11. I will show. For that purpose, I have to change my camera. Then I will start writing the program. I'm having different nodes. First one, as I'm talking about node number 1, where I'm going to connect DHT11 with Arduino Nano. Here there is a NRF24L. Right now I am not going to use it. I will check. I will discuss how we have to read the data from the DHT11. So this is how it is connected. So there is actually one pin, the D0 pin, which is connected to the microcontroller. So I will show. So there are 3 pins. They are may not be visible clearly, but I will remove this. So this is the first one is a ground, then second one is the data, and third one is a VCC. Now I will insert in my breadboard. This is now I will connect my board to my system. Now I will open, as I have opened the Arduino IDE. I will share screen with you again. And here I will start writing the program. So before starting, I will save everything in one of the folder. Let's say I have created a folder on desktop. Name is a FDP. Here I will create one more folder. Let's say DHT11. Say node1 is the name of my file. Right. Now I will start writing a program. As I have told you, I have discussed that I have already installed library. So I have to use library which I have installed. So same name, whatever libraries I have installed already, you know how to install the library. So I will not again cover this part. I will start writing directly program. I hope the lines are visible to you. Before that, I will increase the font as well, so that lines will be clearly visible to you. So first of all, I will include DHT library. So in this way, you have to use your header file or your library. Then I'm going to call the function DHT, which is of DHT. And here I will specify where I'm going to connect my data pin of sensor to the Arduino. I'm going to use pin 4 or data pin 4 of Arduino Nano with the DHT11. So that's why I have specified the name here. DHT pin means what? It is actually data coming from the sensor. And after that, I will be using 3 different variables because I am going to have the data of temperature as well as humidity. So I will be having different data. These are 3 different variables I have taken. How I am going to use this variable, I will tell you later. Then after that, I will be reading the data from the DHT11 sensor, and I will be displaying it onto the serial monitor. So to enable serial monitor, I have to use serial function of Arduino IDE. So serial.begin function is used for displaying the data onto the serial monitor. I will be using a little bit faster speed. Normally 9600 is a very popular or widely used speed, but now I want to send it very fastly because at the end I'm going to send the data by using NRF24L. So at that time my data must be having so at that time I want to do this thing very fastly. First of all, I will write what I am going to display. Let's say in the future, this is going to be my node number 1. So I will display this onto the serial monitor. And in the loop function, frequently I am going to read the data from DHT11 and it will be sent to the serial monitor. So I will trigger first DHT11. So this line I have to read. Whatever library I have included, this library need this kind of function. If you are using different library, that time you have to use a different function. The way of writing function, it will be different. But for my library, the way of writing the function is this one. Then in temp variable, I will be storing the information about temperature. This is how easily I can read the information from the temperature. Then suppose if I want to read the humidity, then in the very simple way, I can write the line. Now in temp variable and in humidity variable, already temperature and humidity will be stored respectively. Now I want to display this data. So I will be using function serial print ln. My data will be temperature and humidity. So let's say my temperature I will display first, then I will display humidity. But I want a proper format for string. Then in that case, I have to add some variable. I want to create a string so that I can display the information in correct way. So what I will do, I know already my data is in temperature and humidity and humid variable. So I will create one more string in which I can store a string, and that string I will be display onto the serial monitor. Now suppose this program is written by me, and I will check whether it is working correctly or not. So first of all, I will compile it. What is there? Is there any error or not? There is a there is a small problem, I think. There must be a very semicolon. One more, it is expecting one more semicolon. Yeah, it is correct. So now select proper board. In my case, it is a Arduino Nano. Then I will select my processor at Mega 328P old bootloader, and then I will choose the correct board. I will upload my code into the board. So my uploading is over. Now I will open serial monitor. Now if you observe here, it is showing -999. That means what? My sensor is not correct, is not connected properly. So I have to check it once again. What is exactly happening with my sensor? So I have to connect into the proper way, and I will once again check my program, or what things goes wrong. I have to check it. So I will stop the COM port here, and I will check my pin number first. Let's again open the data. Now it is showing again problem. So what I will do, I will check my code once again. 11 hash define pin 4 and check temperature, humidity, sensor, dot. So I will stop sharing, and once again I will I have to check what happened. Let me share screen once again. There is a problem with, I think, sensor. I have to reinsert the screen. I will check it once again. No, it is showing problem. Since so better way, I will move. Let me handle this way. Let me check my previous program whether it was working correctly, but right now एक मिनट. एक मिनट. So now look at the screen. Right now I have only used temperature. I will upload the data. So I will upload the code onto the board and I will check how it is giving the data. Again, it is showing problem. Now here, same thing I have done, only proper name I have checked. I'm changing the data every after. One more thing I would like to mention here about DHT11, the frequency of giving the data is 1 Hertz. That means what? Every after 1 second only it can give the data. So if you are reading the data very fastly, then it cannot produce the data. So now what I have done, I have added a delay at the end. So as a precaution, I have added 2-second delay, and I have uploaded the code. And now I will see the serial monitor. Can anyone see the serial monitor? Or should I share it once again? I will share once again. Can anyone see the serial monitor on the screen? It is showing the time. On the screen, it is showing the temperature.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now I will print the humidity also. So what I will do, I will add a few lines here. So after serial print, I will write one more line in which, so that our lines or readings will be visible properly. Both the readings will be properly visible. So I will write temp is equal to, it will be a string. Then I will be using 2 more lines for displaying humidity. And its variable, that is a humidity. Now I will upload this code. Now it is showing temperature is equal to 29 and humidity is equal to 67. One more thing I will do, I will take at the end, I will take next line, so that for every reading it will be taking another line or new line. Now reading is there in front of you. 29 is the temperature and humidity is a 67. Now suppose if I want to,
sorry sir, serial monitor is not visible.
It is not visible.
त्यांची एक स्क्रीन दिसते ना.
No, there should be an output. I will share screen with you one more time so that it will be visible. Okay. Now check, is it visible?
Yes sir, yes sir.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to change the temp, let's say humidity. Then what I have done, this is my cotton, this is a wet cotton. I will keep in front of the DHT11. So as there is a quantity of water, that's why humidity will increase. So it is going up. Now suppose I want to change the temperature. Now I will change the temperature. Right now temperature is 29 degree. It is now becoming 30 and so on. It will go on increasing. So this is how we can write the program for DHT11. Now I am going to going to send the data by using NRF. But right now, before going to the NRF, I will take one more sensor, that is a temperature sensor DS18B20. and then I will go for other one. So now I will remove this. I will stop this. Keep in mind this program I'm going to use to integrate different programs. This is a node number 2, as I told you. There is a sensor DS, which we had discussed, DS18B20. This is a very simple sensor. It has only 3 terminals. I will discuss this with the help of PPT. And it is again giving digital data, because inside that there is a microcontroller. And that data will be read by using Arduino, and then we will be sending the data onto the serial monitor. So first, so what I will do, I will once again go to the slide. Before going to the slide, I would like to add one more thing here. Can anyone tell me how many bytes DHT11 sends to the master as data byte? Just right now we had discussed DHT11, about DHT11, and you can put your answer in the chat box.
5 bytes, sir. 5 bytes.
Okay, right. 2 bytes for the humidity, 2 bytes for temperature, and 1 byte is for checksum. So this is how it is sending the data to the any master microcontroller. Now let's move on to the other sensor, that is DS18B20. This is I'm talking about actually node 2, so sensor node 2. The specification of DS18B20 are, it is giving the data in the form of binary, and this data will be, it can consume the data, data will be of 9-bit or 10-bit or 11-bit or 12-bit. It is a programmable. Means what? Inside this sensor, there is a ROM memory, and in the ROM memory, we can store different things. There is a one register available inside the ROM memory. We can change the properties of this sensor, so that we can have the data maybe of 9-bit, 10-bit, 11-bit or 12-bit. There are many more facilities are given inside given to this IC. I will discuss it. Again, it is working on one wire protocol as like a DHT11, but frame format is different, not same as that of the DHT11. It has one more feature. It has a ROM memory, onboard RAM memory, and in that there is a provision to identify the device. In that ROM memory, 64-bit number is stored, and it is actually an identity of this particular IC. So it can measure the temperature from -55 degrees centigrade to 125 degrees centigrade, and it can work from 3 volt to 5.5 volt. Means what? Suppose my microcontroller is working, my board is working on 3.3 volt, then I can use it. Even though my board is working on 5 volt, I can use it. There is a one more feature, that is user definable non-volatile alarm setting. Means we can set particular threshold temperature in the ROM memory, so that if temperature cross that threshold level, it will give me intimation about particular level is a cross. So this extra feature is added. Now how DS18B20 communicate with the microcontroller? So there is a proper sequence. Suppose we are connecting LCD to the microcontroller, that time we have to initialize that LCD. So similar way, we have to initialize this sensor, and for that there are 2 transactions. One is of reset, second one is of presence pulse. Reset will be sent from microcontroller to the sensor, and presence pulse will be given from sensor to the microcontroller. One more extra thing about this sensor is that to this single line we can connect multiple sensors. That means what? On the single line we can connect multiple sensors. It means, let's say it is as like a master slave concept. Normally we think about when I talk about I2C protocol, that time there is a master and there will be a multiple slave devices. Every slave device will be having an identity number. So similar way, there is a concept of multiple device can be connected to the single bus. And that's why there is a provision of particular identity. After initialization, we have to give commands to the ROM. The commands are like search. Search means what? On the bus, how many sensors are connected? Then another command is like read ROM data. This is not actually mandatory transaction. Then other command is like match ROM, whether a particular address is a match or not. This kind of commands we can give to the sensor. And there are some functionalities like initiate the temperature conversion, then write data into the TH and TL. TH and TL means what? To store the threshold temperature, two registers are provided. In that, we have to store the threshold level of the temperature, so that we can identify whether a particular temperature is cross or not cross, like that. So we can configure the registers. There is a provision to read the data from the memory. So like these things we can do. Now timing diagram. As like DHT11, there is a importance given to the timing because it is working on one wire protocol. So reset pulse will be sent from microcontroller to sensor. Sensor will give the response. So when microcontroller is sending the reset pulse, that time it will pull the signal low for 480 microsecond at least. This is a list time, and after that sensor will give the response by pulling down the pin for at least 60 microsecond. A master can write the data may be in 0 or maybe 1. So when master want to write the data to the sensor, that time it will pull down the pin for at least 60 microsecond. And suppose master want to write the data as a 1, then master will pull up the data after, before completing 15 microsecond. So before completing 15 microsecond, the line will be 1. So suppose sensor want to sample the data, it has to sample the data from 50 microsecond to, let's say, 60 microsecond. So in that period, sensor can sample the data and it can interpret correct data. A master can read the data from the sensor. Suppose master want to read the 0. That means what? Sensor has sent logic 0 signal to the master. Then how master can understand that? Master has to sample the data within 15 microsecond. Because whenever sensor is sending the logic 0, that time signal will be logic 0 for first 15 microsecond. And when sensor is sending logic 1 data, that time sensor will pull up the line before 15 microsecond. That means what? Master can sample the data at 15th microsecond. So this is how sensor can communicate with the microcontroller. This is a diagram, and this is how I am going to connect my microcontroller Arduino Nano with our sensor DS18B20. So now I will show the again ID in which I'm going to write the program for the same. When I'm talking about again this one, let me close this ID. Let's open new program. As like a DHT11, we have to implement timing, but as I'm going to use ready-made library which is available onto the, there are number of libraries are available onto the internet. How to download it already I had discussed. You have to go to the include library and then manage library, and then here you have to type the name of our sensor, that is DS18B20. So number of libraries are available. Already I have installed the very first library, the last temperature library I have installed. So once you install the library, you do not have to take care about the timing. Once you install the library, you can go to the examples and you can search where your library is. It's the Dallas temperature is the name of the library. And there are multiple programs. You can select any one program to check how we have to read the data. Let's say I am opening the ready-made program. That is a name is a simple. You can go through this program and you can understand very easily. For example, suppose you are reading the data from the sensor. These two libraries are mandatory. Then suppose you are connecting your sensor at pin number 2. Then you have to use this pin with number 2. As you are using this library, these two lines are mandatory because you are going to use these functions. And after that, you will come to the setup. In the setup, you can write whatever you want. And but look at this line number 24, sensor.begin. So here initialization will get start. And in the loop, number of things are written. The serial.println is for giving information onto the serial monitor. Line number 35, this is the line where our sensor give the data to the Arduino, any Arduino, it is Arduino Nano in my case, and we can now display this data. So what now I will do, the line which are important for me, I will copy this line and I will paste in my program, and so that I can display whatever temperature I want to display. So one by one, let me copy the lines which are most important. You cannot make any mistake while writing any spelling. Let's say very first line hash include one wire. So O must be capital, W must be capital, like this. You have to correctly copy all the required lines. So here I have included 2 lines for the library. Then I will include this line to define where I am connecting my sensor to the Arduino Nano. In my case, I am connecting my Arduino Nano at pin number 4. Sorry, pin number 2. It is connected at pin number 2. So I will keep it as it is. Here I am going to display our readings onto the serial monitor. So I have to write serial.begin. Then I want to display data I want to send data very fastly. So I will say the speed of the data transmission is a 115200. Then I will write here one more thing. I am node 2 because this program I'm going to use for entire cluster. Then these 2 libraries, these 2 lines I have to write because I am going to use these 2 functions. Then I will come to the loop. Very first thing, I have to start the transaction. Before that, I have to initialize everything. So to initialize the sensor, I will copy this line, which must be in setup. And after that only, I have to read the data from the sensor. So required line, I will copy. This line, I will copy, which is the sending actual data to the microcontroller or Arduino. So I will write this line. Then I want to store my temperature reading. So this variable I will take. Let's say it is my integer variable.
Pavaskar sir.
Yes.
Please share that code window. We are seeing your presentation.
Okay. It is not visible. Okay. Sorry for that. I will share the entire screen. Okay, no problem. Okay, now I think it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So now I will store temperature reading into the temperature variable. So I have to write the line. So I will copy this line by using which I can store my temperature. So this is the line which actually store the data in my variable. Then my data is now available. Now I can print the data. So let's say print serial dot n, and then whatever data is with me, that I will display onto the serial monitor. Now I will check whether it is giving me correct data or not. So let me store this file first. Already I have created a folder on desktop. Let me check, is there any error or not? And now I have connected this board to my computer system, and there is no error. Now I will upload the code into the Arduino Nano. So there is no any error. And now very first line, I am node 2, and after that it is just showing temperature 27 degrees centigrade. It is giving the reading by default in centigrade. Now I will change the temperature. As there is a fire, so temperature is being increased, 28, 30 degrees centigrade. Now it is 35 degree. Now suppose I want to reduce the temperature, then I can insert this into the liquid and I can reduce the temperature up to the 48. It is reached up to the 48. Now it will slowly decrease, 45 and so on. So now temperature is reducing. So this is how I have interface a sensor DS18B20 with a Arduino Nano. My next thing is about read switch. So I will close these windows and I will share screen with you. Meantime, I will ask one question, small question to you. You can give me answer in chat box. How many bits are used to store unique serial code in ROM of DS18B20? I hope my question is visible to you.
Sir, 64 bits.
Yes, it is correct answer. It is storing the actually unique ID in the ROM memory, which is of 64 bit. Correct one. Now let's go to the another node, that is a sensor node 3, in which I am going to show how the MC38 sensor is working. This sensor is actually a very small thing. I will show the sensor first. This box is visible to you. It is consists of two parts. This is the first part where there are wires, and there is a second part. This one is the second part. There is actually a small magnet. So when magnet comes close to the my small reed switch, these two wires will act as a short circuit. If I remove this magnet like this one, if magnet is far away, then these two wires will act as a open circuit. So same thing I want to show. If this box is closed, then I want to show that my box is a closed. Suppose my box is open, then I want to show my box is open. So this kind of thing I want to implement. This is the sensor, which is called as MC38, a dual magnetic sensor. It is also called as dual magnetic sensor. Inside that there is actually a reed switch. Yeah, there is a simple technique, short circuit and open circuit connection. Now in this board, I have interfaced this sensor with Arduino Nano. I'm connecting one of the pin of this sensor is at ground and second pin of this sensor is at pin number 4. Now I will open Arduino IDE. This is the Arduino IDE. Now I will write the program. In the program, just I want to check whether D4 pin is a high or not. This only thing I want to check. If pin is a high, that means what? Is the pin is not a short circuit, it is an open circuit. And if this box is a close, means what? These two things will act as a short circuit. Means what? At D4 pin, I have to check only pin is low or not. So only small thing I want to implement. So I will start writing program. Very first thing I will give name to my pin. Let's say const int read switch is a name of, sorry. Let's say this is my name of pin number 4. After that, I will use serial dot begin because I want to display it onto the monitor, serial monitor. That's why I will initialize the serial monitor. Then my pin 4 must act as an input pin. So I have to specify this. The pin 4, the name of the pin 4 is a read switch. That must be input pin. So I will specify it. Input underscore pull up. Pull up means what? If anything is not connected, logic 0 or logic 1 is not connected to the particular pin, that time it will act as logic high. Otherwise, if sensor is giving data 0, it will be identify data is a logic 0. Let's say I am node. I will store this in the same folder which I have created on the desktop. Now in the loop, I will write my program where I'm going to check status of the read switch pin. If status of the read pin switch is high, that means what? Pins are not short circuited. That means there is an absence of magnet. I will write either I can use serial print or I can use serial write. Right now I'm using serial write. I will say that my box is open. Otherwise, so I will say else. I will say that my box is closed. That means what? If logic low signal is received from the sensor, then I will say that my box is closed. So I will use a delay of 1 second. 1 second, that means 1000 millisecond. I will check, is there any error? No. Now I will connect my board with the microcontroller. Right now my box is closed, and now I will upload program and I will observe the output. Look at the serial monitor window. It is continuously sending CCC. That means what? My box is closed. Now suppose I am opening the box. Suppose if I open the box, That means what? There is an absence of magnet, and that's why it is showing O. O means opening of the box. Now I will once again close the box, so it will show the CCC. So in this way, I can read the status of whether the door is closed or open. So this is my third sensor. Now I will stop sharing screen here. Now I am going to do one more thing. Now I will take one more wireless device, that is Zigbee. So I'm going to use two Zigbees. One Zigbee is at the node number 3, and one Zigbee at the sync node. So I will show how Zigbee is working. So let me share the screen for explaining some concepts about the very brief concepts about the Zigbee. Zigbee is a global standard of low power, low cost, low data rate, high humidity, and it is widely used for mesh topology. It is based upon IEEE 802 15.4 standard. Zigbee operates in industrial, scientific, and medical radio bands, which is of 2.4 gigahertz. So ISM means what? Industrial, scientific, and medical radio band. Zigbee specifications are developed by Zigbee Alliances, which is consist of more than 300 members. It is having the range of around 1200 meters to 3200 meters in the open area. Zigbee, when I'm configuring the Zigbee, or when I'm setting the properties of the Zigbee, there are basically three properties, or I can configure the Zigbee for 3 different devices. The first Zigbee device, which is I'm going to use for wireless communication, is a Zigbee coordinator. Second one, we can configure particular Zigbee as a Zigbee router, or we can configure this particular Zigbee as a Zigbee end device. Now, what is the meaning of Zigbee coordinator? Zigbee network always have single coordinator device, because actually Zigbee coordinator is responsible for creating the network. So it will select the particular channel, it will select particular ID. It is also distributing particular addresses, because it is actually hosting the network. So it will distribute the addresses among the different Zigbees, allowing the router and end device to join its network. Yes, this is about Zigbee coordinator. In the entire network, there will be only one Zigbee coordinator. Then Zigbee router. Zigbee router is used when we have to expand our area. So this device can join existing network and send, receive, and route the information. It can also store some amount of information when Zigbee end device is in sleeping mode, or its child devices are in sleeping mode. There may be multiple Zigbee routers into the network. As I told you, there will be only one Zigbee coordinator, because it is creating the network. Similarly, there may be multiple routers, because routers has to take the data from one device and it has to send data to the other device. And last one is a Zigbee end device. Zigbee end device can join the existing network and it can send and receive the information. It is not actually routing any information. It is not allowing other device to join the networks. Means no any other device will join to that Zigbee end device. Network can be composed of 3 things: one coordinator, one or multiple router, or there may be 0 router, or there may be one or multiple Zigbee end device. Let's say this is my Zigbee coordinator, which has created a network. So number of Zigbee end coordinators can connect to that Zigbee coordinator. And suppose it want to expand the area, we have to take the help of Zigbee router. So different Zigbee end devices can connect to the Zigbee router. So like this one. So this is the structure I can say about Zigbee network. In my case, I am going to take one Zigbee coordinator and one Zigbee end device. That means what? I am going to configure one Zigbee device as a Zigbee coordinator and other Zigbee device as a Zigbee end device. So single coordinator and single end device. There will not be any kind of router. When I'm using Zigbee. That time, let's say I'm having a Zigbee device, Zigbee S2C. We have to configure or we have to set its property. There are different things which we have to set. For that, there is a software name is a XCTU. By using the software XCTU, we can configure or we can set its property. For Zigbee coordinator, I have to set the property in different way. For Zigbee end device, I have to configure the, I have to set different property into the Zigbee end device. So there are different ways of configuring. There are different things I want to write inside the memory of a Zigbee device. Now this table, look at this table. The very first row of this table is a Zigbee coordinator. Because I want Zigbee coordinator, someone has to be there which will be creating the network, and there will be another one that is Zigbee end device. Very first thing, I have to decide the PAN ID. PAN ID for both the device must be same. Right now I have taken 1111. You can take any number, but both numbers, number must be same number should be at Zigbee coordinator and to the Zigbee end device. Second thing about JV channel verification. That means what? How it is, who is going to connect existing network? Zigbee coordinator is a creating network. That's why he is not going to connect any other device. Zigbee end device will connect to the existing network, which is created by Zigbee coordinator. Third row, look at third row, third number, CE coordinator enable. There will be only one coordinator. So the device which I want as a coordinator, I have to set property as a CE coordinator enable is equal to enable one. Then a similar way, there is a destination address DH, destination address DL. Suppose I want to broadcast the message. Suppose I am having multiple Zigbee devices. I want to broadcast the message. That time I have to keep DH address 0 and DL address as a FFF. Suppose I want to send data to the particular only one coordinator. That time I have to set DH is equal to 0 and DL is equal to 000. So automatically data will reach to the coordinator. We can give specific name for human for our purpose so that we can identify easily by using a node identifier concept. Then we are Zigbee is working on two different modes. First one is a API mode. Second one is a transparent mode. We are going to use only transparent mode today, not API mode. API mode is giving so many advantages. We can configure in the runtime, but we are not going to use this right now. So these are the settings we have to do. So before going ahead, I would like to mention that this is how I am going to connect my Zigbee with Arduino Nano. To this Zigbee, there is a TX and RX pin. I am going to connect to the Arduino Nano. Before going to my setting or before going to my software, that is XCTU, I would like to add one question here. Which Zigbee device create a network? You can put your answer in chat box. Which Zigbee device create the network? Or you can really can give your answer. Which Zigbee device create the network? Yes, correct. Jagdish Sarode, sir. Answer is correct. Now I will show Zigbee first. Right now in front of you there are Zigbees, two Zigbees. Let's say this is by Zigbee A and Zigbee B. Now I want to configure these two Zigbees. Configure means what? One of them I have to treat one as a coordinator. Second one I have to treat this one as a Zigbee end device. So now how to configure? For that purpose, I have to connect this device to my computer system. Okay. So I will, let's say, connect one of the Zigbee to my computer system. And similar way, I will connect one more device. So it is connected. So it is showing the light, power is on. Now I will so two Zigbee devices. Now I am going to connect to the my computer to configure. And now I will open software XCTU. So I will share the screen with you. Little bit heavy software, it will take time. This is a window in front of you. You have to first search this hardware at port number 8 and 9. These ZigBee devices are connected. So now I will select and I will make setting. For ZigBee communication, I will use only one speed, that is a 9600 speed. So I will keep it as it is. Then data bit will be of 8-bit, parity bit none, stop bit 1, and flowchart none. And now I will go to the finish. So it has identified 2 devices, select all and add selected devices. Now, let's say first device. So click on the first device. So it will show different properties in front of us. There are different properties. It takes long time. So every device is having a particular address, 64-bit address. So this address is written here. My mouse is here 001382004117CCDE4. This is a one kind of address. As per our setting, just which we had discussed in the PPT, I will show you. As I want to set particular device as a coordinator. So for coordinator, I will set first PAN ID 111. So I will set here 111 as a PAN ID 4 times 1, and I will write this property so that information will be transmitted to my ZigBee. The second thing is about JV channel. For coordinator, my JV channel should be disabled. So I will search where is the JV channel. JV channel means what? Join existing network. So it must be disabled. It is already disabled. Once again, I will write it. Then if I go ahead and actually I want to search CE coordinator enable. So I will search where is the CE coordinator enable. Initially, I want one device as a coordinator. So I will make it enable. I will write this property. Then I will once again check what is a PPT. In the PPT, next address is a 0. DH is a 0 and DL is a FFF for broadcast purpose. So I will use this. I can use here 0 and here 4 times FFF for a broadcast type of device. So it can broadcast the message to every device. Right now we are having only 2 devices. Next, I will check what is a thing we need to set. Next one is a node identifier. That means what? I want to give particular name to the ZigBee. So I have to search where is a node identifier. That is an NI node identifier. So I can give here name. Let's say my name is a coordinator. I will write this property. Then at the last, there is a API mode. API enable. We are going to set it as a transparent mode. So I will show it at the bottom. API enable. I will make it as the transparent mode. Already it is there. Once again, I will write it. So this is how I can configure first device as a coordinator. Now I will come to the second device. So I have to click on second device. It will load its properties, which are already set. So according to our property, PAN ID must be 4 times 1, which we have set for coordinator. Same thing I will write here. And I will write this property. Then second property, which I want to write as a JV channel verification, must be enabled. That means what? It can join existing network. So make it enable. And let's say write this property. Then next property is a coordinator enable. I want next device as a Zigbee end device. So I will disable it and write this property. And then serial address. Next one is a DH address. DH means what? Real data need to be sent. So as per our this slide, DH must be 0 and DL must be 00, so that data can reach up to the coordinator. So I will make this one as a 00. And NI identifier node is the name of our device. In my case, I will keep as a ZED. So I will keep as a ZED here. I will write all these 3 properties. Now last row of my slide is a API enable. It must be on transparent mode. So I will search where is a API mode. There is a transparent mode already selected. So once again, I will set it and I will make sure and write this property. So in this way, I have set all the properties for Zigbee end device and coordinator. Now I want to check whether these devices are working correctly or not, whether coordinator is sending data to the Zigbee end device or Zigbee end device is sending data to the coordinator. I want to check it. So I will go to this virtual window, console window, and I will open this window for Zigbee end device as well as for the coordinator. Now suppose if I type anything here, that must reach to the other device. So how can I type? So suppose this is a string I have typed. So this string must be transmitted to the other device. This is a red color. Red color means what? This string is received at the other side. Suppose I am typing here. The blue color means what? It is this device is sending the data to other device. Now I will check at the other end. So same string is now available at the coordinator side. So in this way, I can transmit the data from coordinator to Zigbee end device or from Zigbee end device to the coordinator. Now what I will do, as I told you, I'm using 4 different nodes. I'm going to implement 4 different nodes. So node 1, node 2, node 3, these are my 3 sensor nodes. So node 3, where I was connecting the reed switch or the dual magnet switch. At that place, I will be using a Zigbee. And one more Zigbee I am going to connect at the sync side. So that suppose my box is closed, that information will be transmitted to the sync side, and sync will check what is the data available from what data is received from the node number 3, whether the box was closed or open. This kind of information we can check at the sync side. Okay. So how it is connected, I will show you. I will switch camera. For that purpose, I have to stop the sharing screen. This is going to be my sync node. This is my Zigbee. Zigbee will receive data from one of the node and it will be transmitted to the microcontroller. And where is the transmitter? This is my transmitter, that is a node number 3. Whether blocks is closed or not, that information will be read by this microcontroller, and same information will be transmitted to the Zigbee, and Zigbee will send this information to the other Zigbee, means this Zigbee, and this Zigbee will send this information to the Arduino Uno, and this information we can display onto the serial monitor. This is thing I'm going to do. One more thing which I want to explain is about this one. This is a device. This device is a NRF24. Now I will explain NRF24 and the programming for the same. Okay. So let me open first slide. In very brief, I will explain, because I want to write two more programs. One is for transmitter in NRF, for transmitting purpose through NRF, and one is for receiving purpose. So NRF24L01 transceiver module is designed to operate in 2.4 gigahertz in ISM band. That is the industrial, scientific, and medical band. Data transfer rate is from 250 kilobits per second to 2 megabits per second. 3 different rates are available. When we are sending the data through NRF24, that time we have to use microcontroller. Microcontroller can communicate with NRF24 with the help of SPI communication. That is a thing you have to keep in mind. Then we can set different properties, or we can configure the NRF24 like channel, then output power, data rate, then addresses. So these different things we can set for this NRF. Here the name of this one is NRF24L01 plus PALNA. PALNA means what? Power amplifier and low noise amplifier. Which can, while transmitting the data, it is amplifying the signal, and while receiving the data, it will amplify the signal. 120 by there is a provision of 125 channels with spacing of 1 megahertz. This channel number is specifying actually frequencies for transmitting the data and receiving the data. Actually, here 2.4 gigahertz means actually 2400 megahertz. Along with that, we can add some numbers. So one channel number 1 means what? 2400 plus 1. Channel number 2 means what? 2400 plus 2. Channel number 3 means 2400 plus 3, and so on up to the 125. So maximum frequency will be 2525 megahertz. There is a burst mode, enhanced shock burst mode is there, and there is a specific format. First one is a preamble, second one is a address byte, third one is a payload, and last one is a CRC. This is actually a frame format while sending the data. Again, I am going to use a ready-made library. That's why I am not going to take care about this entire frame format. There are 2 different versions are available. One is shown with the antenna, another one is without antenna. Upper one, which is with antenna, which is having the power amplifier as well as LNA, so that it was, and because of that, there is a it can receive the strong, it can receive the weak signal, as well as it can transmit the signal very strongly. Now, number of pins available to this device. It is having 8 different pins: VCC ground, then CE, SCK, MISO, IRQ, MOSI, CSN, and VCC. Out of them, 4 signal, that is the CSN, SCK, MOSI, and MISO. These are of SPI communication. Means microcontroller can send information through this pin. And IRQ is basically used. Suppose this NRF is having one more facility. When it is sending the data to the other side, that time there is a provision, or there is a facility to send the acknowledge. If transmitter has received the acknowledge, that means what? Data is transmitted properly. If transmitter has not received the acknowledge, means what? Data has not reached up to the receiver. And if data is not reaching to the receiver, that time we can use the facility of interrupt. So interrupt pin is a use. It will come in picture when data is not transmitted properly or data has not reached to the receiver. This is how I am going to connect Arduino with NRF 24. 3. NRF 24 is working on 3.3 volt. Don't apply more than that voltage, it will get damaged. Then pin number 9 of Arduino must be connected. I am connecting to the CE pin of NRF. Then pin number 10 of Arduino to the CSN pin of NRF, and so on. So these are the interfacing connections I have shown. Now I will go for programming purpose. So let me open new ID. I'm going to use a library of NRF 24. Two libraries I have installed. One is for NRF 24 and second one is for networking. So I will show you sample programs. If once you install the library, you will get sample programs. I will show the sample programs. Sorry. Let me stop sharing and open the sample program. Now I will share screen once again. This is one of the sample program which I have taken from the library. SPI communication we have to use while using NRF. So SPI library is used. Then different statements we have to print. Then NRF 24H we have to use. We have to set different properties. So this is how programming is written. Now I will write my own program right from the scratch. So I will go to the file and I will select new one. Whatever things are needed for me, I will copy it from my sample program. First of all, let me save this into my folder. I hope my screen is visible to you. Now, according to my requirement, I will copy some lines. I do not want any spelling mistake while writing the code. That's why I will copy it from my sample programs. So very first thing I have copied the lines for creating network, as well as I am going to interface NRF 24. That's why 3 lines I have copied. Then I'm going to connect my NRF at different pin, not to the 7 and 8. I can choose any pin. Right now, let's say I'm taking pin number 10 and 9. Then next thing, I want NRF 24 network. So I will copy this line. Then I want different addresses for my different modules or different nodes. So I will copy these 2 lines also. This node means what? Currently I am working with board. At that board name is given as a 01 address, as a given 01 as an address, and other one will be having other address, let's say 00. Then next line I will take as a, I'm going to send one number. So let's say I'm taking one variable, let's say temp. Now I will come to the setup part of the sample program. I want serial monitor, so I will copy it. Then I want SPI communication, which is actually not written here. So I will write it by one SPI begin. Then I want one more line, radio begin. I will take one more line. Then I have to set, I will check whether the power level is set or not. So the power level is not set. So I will set the power level. There is a provision to set the power level. I will set it radio dot set PA level. I will set high power so that it can transmit the data for long distance. The network begin. I will check whether this line is written here or not. Yes, network begin. I will copy this line. We can set one more thing. We can set channel also, the channel number. Let's say 108 is a channel number, or you can choose any number from 1 to 125. And this is a thing I will specify. This is a node. This is a node. Then I will set data rate. Data rate will specify at what speed you are sending the data. Suppose if I write 2 Mbps, then data speed will be of 2 megabits per second. You can have 3 different options. And here I will print serial.println. Zero. So in this way, I can define various properties of NRF24, like what address you want, what channel you want, what speed you want. And after that only you can send the information. So for sending the information, I will enter into the loop. So every time I have to update the network. So line I have to write as a network dot update. I have to check status of my network. After that, I have to write one more line, which so that we can communicate with other one. This line I will copy. This line is second, line number 27. I have written for I want to communicate with other device. That address I have to specify here. So in my case, I have specified here by using other node. Same thing, same variable you can use here. Suppose you have given different name, you can use different name. Likewise, then I want to send the data. So to send the actual data, what I will do, I will use one function, that is a network dot write. After that, I want to specify where exactly I want to send data. So this thing I want to copy and I have to paste here. Then I want to write what I want to transmit. Let's say I'm transmitting temp is equal to 0. So that thing I want to write here. And after that, its size I have to write. Sorry, it must be temp. So this line actually transmitting the data to the other network. But at the end, I will check, once data is transmitted, I have to also check whether real data is transmitted or not. So that's why I will write one more line. So I will check what is the status of OK. OK means what? I will check whether data is transmitted correctly or not. So I will say next line is a serial print ln, then OK question mark. Then in the flash line, I will write, I know that time is running out fastly. So by using this line, I can check whether data is transmitted or not. And at the end, I will display value of the temp. And again, I will increase the temperature value, temp value by 1 every time. And let's create a delay of 1000 milliseconds. So this is the program I have written for the transmission purpose. Similar kind of program I have to write for the receiving purpose. As I know, timing is running fastly. I have only 15 minutes. So already I have code. That code I will share with you. That is for transmitter as well as for the receiver. Both these codes I will download into my board, and I will show how they are communicating with each other. So let's close this file, which is already I'm having. Let me open my code which I'm already having. Now I will share screen with you so that only you can, at least you can go through code. Both the programs are in front of you. Left one side is a receiver, which we are supposed to discuss, but because of the time, I couldn't discuss with you. Here we are reading the data, which is coming from the transmitter. Here is the transmitter. Right side window is a transmitter. Now I will connect both the windows, and I will show you how transmitter is sending the data and how receiver is receiving the data. So let me connect the board. So right now I have connected a transmitter. I have connected transmitter, and I will set the properties. This I have uploaded in this way. I have uploaded the transmitter program. Transmitter is sending data to the other device. Here it is showing data is not sent to the node 0. Why? Because Right now, I have not powered on the other device. So once I power on the other device, it will show the data is transmitted. But look at the values. Values are increasing. Now I will close this window and now I will download another program which is of receiver. So let's upload the receiver code. So at the receiver side, I am using Arduino Uno. And let's upload the code. Now I will show both the screen at a time so that you can identify that, or you can understand that whatever data is being transmitted, same data is being received. Look, right side window is of transmitter, left side window is of receiver. Right hand side is a transmitter, left side is of receiver. Same data is being received at the receiver side. So up till now, what we have done, we have discussed 3 different sensors, Zigbee and NRF. Now what I will do, I will integrate all the programs to transmit the data from sensor node to sync node. So I'm already having program. So same program I will write, or I will download it to the different module. So let's say I will one by one, I will connect all the devices. So before downloading the code, I want to show how I'm connecting. This is my sync node. I will download the sync node first, where I am connecting Arduino Uno. This is my Arduino Uno, which is going to act as a sync node. I am downloading the code. So select a board first, then port, and then Uno. This is how I have downloaded the sync program. Now next, my program is inside the Arduino Uno. Now next one, I will take node 1 and I will download the code of node 1. This is a node 1 where DHT11 is connected. So I will open the program of DHT11. Along with there is a NRF24 module program is incorporated. So I will choose board first, that is a Arduino Nano, then port. This is my first node, which is consist of DHT11. I will verify, is it sending the data or not. Uploading is over. It is having data. Right now data is not sent because I have not connected node 1. Sorry, node 0. Just I have downloaded the code. Now it is my second node, that is a node 2, where there is a sensor of DS18B20. So I have to open next program. Select port and download the code. Yes, my program is downloaded. Now I will open serial monitor as to check, is it really sending the data or not. Yes, temperature is being sent. So now I will open third node. I will remove this. It's the third node where there is a sensor, doer sensor. There is a Zigbee along with Arduino. Now, so in this way, my third program is also downloaded. Now I will show the program of sync node and how it is getting the output. I will show that also. Now in front of you, there is a Arduino Uno code that is of node 0 or sync node. I will select proper port also and now open the serial monitor. It is showing that I am node 0. Let me power on all the devices. Once I turn on the devices, it is showing data from node 1 is a 28 degrees centigrade. Then whether door is closed or not. Right now my box is closed. That's why the door is closed. From node 1 temperature is a 28 degree. From node 2 temperature is a 27 degree. Now if I open this, it will show that my door is open. Similar way, I will, if I increase the temperature or I will increase the temperature so that same thing will be displayed onto the now temperature is being increased 33 and so on, 38 and so on. So in this way we have collected the data from different sensor and sync node is identifying the data as well as node and it is displaying. So that's it from my side. I have gone through different sensors and different boards, different devices, and that's it from my side.
Participants, do you have any questions? Any questions from the participant side?
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, actually, I have a doubt. Actually, you have shown us many things.
Okay.
Many things means we don't know, even if little bit also we don't know. But my doubt is how to implement in suppose in a research point of view.
Okay.
So how to adapt all these things for research point of view? Means suppose someone will propose the algorithm.
Okay.
So how to fit algorithm to these hardware components?
Suppose I am having a Zigbee, let's say wireless device.
Okay.
And in the wireless device, you need to implement different routing algorithms, let's say. So you have to set its property by using XCTU window. That is the very first thing. Right now, I have used transparent mode. It means what? In the runtime, I was not changing the properties. But there is a API mode where in the runtime, by giving command through microcontroller, you can change its property. That means what? During the runtime, you can change its property or configuration. So that may be your area.
Okay. So that thing is not so easy, I think.
Yes, you can do it, sir. Because there is internet. By using internet, you can have a number of things.
Actually, why I am in confusion? Till now, I have done in simulator.
Okay.
So whatever up to paper publication I have done.
Okay.
Okay, so whenever I am thinking of the hardware part,
Okay.
so my mind is confused.
Okay. So, but sir, very first thing you have to decide first what to use, which wireless device you have to use. Right now, I was discussing Zigbee, but there are a number of devices. There is a NRF. By using NRF, you can have again different configurations or different network.
So which IEEE standards particular there, whatever you have shown us, which IEEE standard you are using? 802.11 or 802.15.4?
15.4, sir, because for Zigbee it is a 15.4 because it is a low power. It is only meant for low power, low data rate. Then they want sufficient amount of security, cost must be low, and power must be low. So it is a 802.15.4 standard.
And in all that cases, only suppose the data whatever will be transmitted, that is a numerical data, I think. In all the cases.
No, that is a game of your how you are using your ID. Means while performing this experiment, before that I was sending the string. Sometime I was sending the floating number. So you can play with your ID which you are going to use, and for that how data types are supported, that you have to check, and accordingly you have to write the program.
In case of video transmission, suppose we will consider the image frame.
For video transmission, data rates must be very high. So in that case, there is a problem.
So how to do that? Means suppose we will consider the image frame, particular frame. Suppose we will we have to transfer. So what to do?
I don't have idea, sir.
Suppose agriculture application.
Okay, and you need to send the image.
Correct. We need to send the image of that particular infected plant or infected food.
And you want to use this kind of wireless devices?
Yes. This particular sensor node, suppose we will use.
Because there is a Wi-Fi device, it is supporting large high speed as compared to this one. So I will suggest you to use Wi-Fi.
Okay. Because I have seen the humidity sensor also you have used. So that is that we can use for humidity measurement. But so in that case, you are saying that so what type of modification?
You want to send image, right? For sending image means what? Not only image. Actually, you have to send number of images.
Yes, frames.
Number of frames. And in that case, sending the data by using Zigbee and NRF, the speed is little bit less. So that's why I will suggest you to choose the Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi nodes. Okay.
Right now, I have shown only two Wi-Fi devices. Sorry, wireless devices.
Okay.
You can go for other one.
That is not possible by using these Zigbee nodes.
There is a limitation of speed, sir.
Okay. But we can transfer. We can
transmit, but there will be a delay.
Okay. Delay jitter will be more in that case.
Yes. And that time you will not get feeling of video. That is the actual problem.
Okay. Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you. You have done everything. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You put your mail ID and phone number in chat box so that they will get help.
Okay.
Any other questions from the participant side? I think no more questions. So thank you, sir.
Yes.
It was
Thank you,
very
madam.
interesting. Thank you, sir. It was very interesting and knowledgeable demonstrative session. Thank you so much. A gentle reminder to all the participants to please fill the attendance cum feedback form. The link is already shared in the chat box and the link will be active for the next 1 hour. Thank you, everyone.